ESPN Milwaukee, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand. Wherever you get your podcasts, watch us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, anywhere you can find us. My name is Jesse Nelson. I normally produce this show. Today I slide over into the host chair to join in the Everlight Solar Studio at ESPN Madison, the Packers Hall of Famer, Mark Tauscher. And he came into the studio to join me today. Good morning, Tausch.
Good morning. Quick question. If you're coming up, whatever street this is right before our studio, we don't need to get whatever the name of the street is.
Sure, okay.
If somebody is stopped to parallel park, and you know how much I appreciate a good parallel park. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, you would compete in the Olympics of it if
I don't
possible.
know if I'm that good. I was thinking about it. I'm good. I don't know if I'm that good. Do you stop and allow and wait for the person to park, or do you zoom around them? So it's obviously this street is tight. You got a bunch of construction. There's a hotel going up, all this other stuff. And you got cars on both sides. But the dude or gal, I don't know who is in there, pulls the car up, puts the blinker on in perfect form. And I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to sit and wait. So if you zoom around the said parallel parker, is that frowned upon, or what's the proper etiquette?
Well, I think it all depends. It's a great question. I think it all depends on spacing. I just ran into this the other day.
It was tight.
In downtown Sun Prairie, I was trying to do a quick parallel park on one of the main streets there. And with some people coming and some pedestrian traffic going on, like you kind of get one chance to do it. And if you miss, you just got to move on and go to the next one because you don't want to hold up traffic for an hour and a half trying to parallel park. So I think it's up to the parallel parker. First of all, if you're like way, cocked out where you're halfway out into the street, you don't want to be there.
This person did a really good job. Pulled up tight.
So it's a good parallel park.
You got to be tight to the car that you're parking, and then you got to make sure you whip it. But I did zoom around, and I was thinking I would prefer the people to zoom around me, too, because it adds another layer of pressure because you have to stay 2 car lengths back. Now, if we're doing a contest, which I think at some point we will, I think you need to keep the car back because that pressure, that's like Jordan Love trying to get a first down when you need a touchdown to go win. You got to get the first down. Nobody's going to sit there and, take your time. No, there's pressure on you to do it.
Well, except for Wilde with the conversation you were having yesterday about, everybody's going to be learning and growing, and it's okay. We're going to hear a little bit of that conversation coming up before our buddy Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike joins us at 9:30 this morning.
I don't want to fight with Evan today. I know this has turned into a debate. If it naturally, organically happens, yes. I don't want this to turn into First Take. I feel like we're starting to get this into First Take.
It's a little First Takey, but it's just one segment a week, and he's your sparring
partner.
You guys,
it's okay. I really feel like I'm ganged up on because you guys are all scared of Evan. Well, you are. Well, and he's trying to act like he's not our boss. He is your guys' boss.
I lost the sparring match last week, and I wasn't even playing.
TKO'd.
Yeah, I wanted to sit on ringside,
okay,
and suddenly I got knocked out.
What's the verdict on this, Hunter? I think do you stay back and wait, or do you zoom around?
I'm zooming around the second I have an opportunity to. I don't want to sit there and stare at somebody try and do it.
Hunter
I actually
Vaughn, our
kind of enjoy
today.
Watching, critiquing a good parallel park, and I'm of the belief you get 2 movements with your parallel park. If you want to be perfect, you get 2.
You might be onto something there.
Get the 3.
Yeah.
If you get 3, that is average. Anything under, if we're prize picking it, you set the number at 2.5. That would be your more or less.
I would agree.
You get 2 is a perfect parallel park. 1's a perfect parallel park. That's the rarest of all. It's like an albatross in golf. Then you get to 2, that's a good solid birdie. 3 is par. That's how I would describe a good parallel park.
844-770-3776 is the ESPN Wisconsin talk and text line where you can join the conversation all show long today. Do you zoom around the parallel parker, or do you wait and allow them for a turn to finish the deal? I would say this. So if you're because sometimes you get got by the unexpected parallel parker in front of you. You're coming down the main road, all of a sudden, bang, there it goes slamming on the brakes. They want that spot on the right-hand side. You're a little too close.
What error do you think most poor parallel parkers, they turn it too tight and get curbed? That back wheel gets curbed?
I think they crank too early.
Yeah. And that's when you end up with a tire curber.
Yeah, you crank too early where you go mirror to mirror, and then you back up, and then when it's mirror to bumper, then you crank it, and then when the hood comes around the front, and you come back.
Yeah, my arrogance got me last night. But we did Matt LePay and I did Coach Fickle's show last night, and we were on Breeze Terrace, and I thought, you know what? I was right next to the entry point to the show. I'm going to be able to jam in here. And we got these the Coors Light cases. That was about the space I had my Chevy Tahoe. And I arrogantly thought, I could do this. Old T couldn't do it. Epic fail on that last night. That's my parallel parking minute this morning.
So I'd say if you're too close to the person as they're beginning the parallel park, you have to go around, get out of the way, let them have their space. Then if you're behind them from that point on, they have enough space, give them one chance, like you said, 2 to 3 moves to get in and take care of business on the first try.
You don't get 3 moves.
You get the I'm counting the stop as a move. So you get a stop, a turn, a backup, a turn, and then a finish the job.
2 moves.
And if you fail at that, then everyone's going around you at that point.
It's time for you to go.
You get one
go
courtesy
find a different
wait.
spot. You don't get 2 opportunities at this. And I think most cars now auto parallel park too, right? Can't you just hit a button and it'll parallel park for you?
Some cars are able to do that, the self-parking cars or the self-driving car. Now, I do have a question. So, Geriot, our buddy Geriot in Canton, Ohio.
I hope Geriot, I saw
line.
Geriot text, hope his youth football game went well last night.
So, with the parameters being set by Tausch, and him saying he'd be in the Hall of Fame for parallel parking.
I might have been arrogant about that.
Can we assume he's a one-turn guy?
I will hit a lot of one turns because if there's enough space, yes. But
so you're saying it's the albatross, but you do it on the regular, it's Hall of Fame worthy.
I think I'm more of a 2-turn cat typically because again, I like to be arrogant with my parallel parking. I don't want to go in. Oh, there's a wide open space like in Seinfeld. You can pull in head first. I don't even want that. I want to push myself. I want to get better. I want to improve. I want to grow. So 2 is usually where I'm at.
844-770-3776.
God, but it all just stems back from that one glorious day in San Francisco when I parked that 18-passenger van in a spot about as small as those Coors Light cases, and I rammed in there, and all the looks on my nieces, nephews, and kids' faces, the amount of pride that I took with that parallel park. Oh, baby, that was good.
Forgive me for asking this. Not everyone listens every day, and I take a lot of days off.
Those are all fair points.
Even some that I'm on the show, I feel like I'm off sometimes. Why were you driving an 18-passenger van in San Francisco?
We had a crew when we were doing. We ended up getting a bigger van because we did like 3 national parks, so a lot of drive time, and we wanted a little more space, a little more comfort. So we went with the big boy or big girl van, and man, I'm telling you, I look. You always want your kids to look at you with amazement. Whether it's, wow, what a great job you did on the radio or playing football or whatever you're doing, get a master's degree, whatever it might be. I don't know if I've seen more pride in my kid's face when we did that great parallel park. It's still something. I won't forget the gleam in those kids' eyes when I pulled off that parallel park.
I believe you. 844-770-3776. It's Wilde and Tausch.
What is your most like goofy proud moment? Is it something about bowling?
Well, I mean, the $2.99 game is the first thing that comes to mind. But exactly, like that's why I'd call it goofy because, like on the surface, throwing a $2.99 is really good. But also, like, I failed. I had the whole bowling alley watching me as a junior in high school, and I threw a perfect ball and left a ringing 10-pin, and I got a $2.99. It's the best thing I ever did. Goofy, proud moment. Umpiring, I'd say, like a lot of Little League umpiring in Muskego when I'd have some parents come up to me after the game and be like,
great job.
You know what? You were the best umpire we had all season. Thanks, Sally. And just walk back to my car. Like, it's a very anticlimactic moment where it's just, you did
so
well.
So there was no gleam in the eyes, no glisten.
If anyone could be watching me as I did it, I would say yes. But, like, my parents didn't come to watch me umpire. Maybe once. But, like, that's
actually a good question. Why would your parents not come to watch you umpire? They come to watch you play.
Yeah, because it's, like, work. Like, they don't come and sit here in the studio every day.
Parents come to watch me work when I play.
Should we start selling tickets to come watch Wilde and Tausch in the Everlight Solar Studios?
Sure. Now I'm on board.
I do have one follow. While we're talking about my parents for a moment, I was talking to my mom and dad on the way in. A little follow up to the purse.
Was your mom okay
yesterday.
with the how she was portrayed yesterday?
She thinks it was inaccurately portrayed.
But that's how you portrayed it. We weren't there,
right? And I didn't inaccurately portray it.
Did she think she had less Coors Lights and was more chill?
Yes, but her biggest gripe was with how we portrayed the turning around of the car. By the time she was on the phone with me, the reason they were coming back is Uncle Mark went rogue and decided he was going to turn the car around regardless of whether I answered the phone or not or was able to go get it. Like, Uncle Mark was a little impatient, apparently, and said he's just turning the car around and going back. So that's that's how that was resolved. It didn't really matter if I said I would go get the purse or not. The car was already in motion. But regardless, a follow-up. So she had a free happy birthday mug from the place that we went. And
Simmy, I know Simmy's listening.
So the reason that she forgot her purse, she claims, is because she was worried about remembering her birthday mug on the table. Well, then when
Did she get a balloon put around it too?
She did not, no, but she would love it if they had.
There's a helium shortage. I don't know if you heard
There is a helium shortage, yes. Unexpected. So she got back to Uncle Mark's house and then went the rest of the way home. She left the birthday mug in Uncle Mark's car. So now,
I'm starting to get a little worried about.
So I mean, look, it was a big day. We had a big day on the course. We had a big dinner. You know, the Coors Lights were flowing in the birthday mug. She remembered to bring her purse home from Uncle Mark's house, but now the birthday mug is in the.
How many times did she get that birthday mug filled with Coors Light?
More than once.
Okay.
So, can she how many times can you forget something and ask the person that was driving to do you a favor?
She wanted to go back again and pick after she picked the purse up, go back?
She left it in Uncle Mark's car, but now it's like, well, Uncle Mark, if you happen to be swinging by Muskego, could you drop off that birthday mug? It's in your back seat.
Tell you what, I can understand. I understand a lot more now about you, listening to you talk about your mom. I get it. I'm starting to understand the whole Nelson Marcheski dynamic a lot better.
Ryan and Madison, I wouldn't pay for tickets to watch the show, but if you gave me a ticket, I'd bring some Coors Light and sit right there and hang out with you guys.
Well, there you go. I actually, what I want to kind of do is organize a parallel park-off. I think that could be a ton of fun. We block some stuff off. We have different cars coming up, and everybody has to park the same car. It's going to be a Chevy Tahoe. That's what we're parking.
Yeah, the Tahoe would be one of the trickier ones.
We're going to do Chevy Tahoe parking. And the only problem is we have to make sure our friends at AmFam have the right insurance. We have everybody's insured properly because there is some dynamics. Do we do cones? Do you put cones? Because we don't want any damage. I want to pull this off. We want to do an annual parallel park-off.
The Wilde and Tausch parallel park-off, part of Wilde and Tausch Fest coming to festival ground.
I think you think you're pretty good at parallel
I am pretty good at parallel parking.
Most people. Hunter, do you think you're a pretty good parallel parker?
I can do it, but I'm avoiding it. That's a last resort for me.
You like the angle parking, don't you? You like when you can pull into those angle spots.
Absolutely.
I think that's such a cop-out when people do the angle parking.
I actually think the angle parking is sneaky tough. Because, it seems so easy that sometimes you take it a little too wide and you end up on the line, and if one person's off, the whole thing is off. The angle parking, I don't think is as easy as everyone makes it out to be.
The toughest part of the whole thing is when someone else crowds that yellow line and is over it, and then you have to, and then I've gotten a time where someone left a note calling me a J-Wagon because I parked there, and I'm thinking, well, you didn't realize old boy parked there before me, set a bad tone for the whole thing. The dominoes fall when you get a bad parker. I think as a country, I think we do a pretty good job parking, though. I do.
I'd agree. Parking seems to be one of America's strengths. And another strength in the state of Wisconsin, Tausch, is when you need new windows, you call Gina Della.
And executing incredible plays, parking, whatever it might be, Team Pella, they do that. Products with limited lifetime warranties, incredible innovations like blinds and shades between the glass, stylish windows with hidden screens that will make game days a breeze. This Pella play proves to be the game-winning tutter. Make monthly payments as low as $19 per window, $75 per patio door, and you can get a free quote at PellaWI.com today. 6.9% APR financing for 120 months. Certain restrictions do apply. See showroom for details. This offer ends on Halloween.
To get ready for our friend Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio, scheduled to appear coming up at 9:30, we'll get Tausch in debate form by listening to how Jason asked head coach Matt LaFleur about the debate you guys had when I was off on Tuesday. Growth versus failure. How'd the head coach address it? We will talk about it. We'll hear the head coach, and Tausch will respond. Next on Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. We're hitting the home stretch of the conference schedule for the Crusaders.
Spins away from a defender at the 5. Still on his feet. Is he going to be dragged into the end zone? Is he in? Touchdown, Crusaders!
Are you kidding me? On Friday night, it's Catholic Memorial taking on Wauwatosa West. Gabe Neitzel and Mike Podol have the call starting at 6:30. Sponsored by the Bray Team at Shore West, Gerald Nell Inc., Wind Dancer Balloon Promotions, Mid-City Sports, Suburban Asphalt, Perspire Sauna Studio, Edge Leadership, and Urchel Real Estate Group.
Hi, this is Wayne Larrabee, the voice of Green Bay football. You know, fans count on me to make the right call every time, and I can continue to do that thanks to Summit Eye Care of Wisconsin. When my vision began to drift, my eye doctor said Summit Eye Care was the best place to go. Using the latest adjustable implants, the doctors at Summit were able to fine-tune my vision. In fact, my vision is now the best it's ever been. Summit Eye Care was the right call to help me see all the action on game days.
To schedule an appointment at one of their locations, visit summitiwi.com.
And ESPN Radio Extra Point with Chris Canty.
I got more proof of concept with Jared Goff. He's been to the championship rounds. We can't say that for Dak, so that's why I have more confidence. And it feels weird to say that and to put Goff in front of Dak. But, I mean, listen, if we look at the full body of work, Dak Prescott is closer to Kirk Cousins than he is the quarterbacks above him in that list. He's just got better PR because he's got a star on his helmet. So, again, we have to acknowledge what Dak Prescott is. We also have to acknowledge what he isn't. And we've got a pretty good sample size. Dak Prescott has been in the league for a while now. So Jerry Jones has this conviction that he can get it done with Dak. And I'm not saying that Dak can't win a Super Bowl. My question is, Dak Prescott, your quarterback, at what cost and how that impacts the rest of the roster? Does it keep this championship window open for the Dallas Cowboys? And I think this is a guy, based on what he's going to ask for at the negotiating table, that closes your window sooner than they would expect.
Discover, this is Danny.
Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? Because everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things. The one-of-a-kind wood-fired flavor of a Traeger Ironwood XL grill. And football. That's right, Desmond Howard. Get fired up for the game in just a tap with Traeger's intuitive touchscreen. Then throw on your favorites and monitor the grill from anywhere with Wi-Fi technology. So you spend less time staring at the grill, which means more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, it's Kyle Walsh from KBN. Today is the day. We're going to be broadcasting the show from 2 until 5 at the all-new Who's on Layton. You know the Bud Lights will be flowing, and we want KBN Nation to join us. Who's on Layton is a classic American sports pub at 512 West Layton Avenue. Join Bruss, Brad, and me as we broadcast live from Who's on Layton with Bud Light. We'll be there starting at 2 p.m. Stop in for happy hour after work and say hi. Also, enjoy Bud Light at Jersey's in Milwaukee, Bowery in Franklin, and Coaches in Milwaukee.
The all-new Potawatomi Casino Hotel has something you gotta see. Play more slots and games, and you could say, "Show me the money," to reveal up to 10 grand each Thursday. 800,000 in prizes is up for grabs. 40 winners each week. This October and November at Potawatomi, Milwaukee. When you're ready to win, just say, "Show me the money." More info at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
So things got a little heated here on Tuesday between you and Wilde.
Yeah.
Talking growth and failure.
Yeah, I think it's just two different perspectives, which is great. That's why people seem to like the show, is because we have Jason coming from it from a non-biased journalist, and me coming from it from a player's perspective. And I just know how the players in that locker room and how the coaches in that locker room felt. I know it wasn't about, oh, shucks, growing pains. Oh, no. That's just not how the world works. Jason, on the other hand, I do believe I think he really likes Matt LaFleur and is constantly, I don't want to say he's toadying. I'm not going to say that he's toadying for Matt LaFleur. But I think he does like Matt LaFleur. And I think he understands that there's a lot of challenges, and Matt can't say that. So he eloquently, I thought, put that out there and said, what do you want Matt LaFleur to do? And my only pushback is, this is Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur's not a rookie. He has had 2 or 3 off seasons with Jordan Love. Remember that. It hadn't been just, you throw Jordan Love at it. Yeah, there's a lot of young players. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs should be better than what they've been. All of those things, that's the disappointment I have. He seems to be giving a much longer pass to LaFleur in this offense, and I don't think those guys want that. I don't.
So today it's Jesse and Tausch, but Wilde and Tausch is the name of the show. And Jason Wilde asked Matt LaFleur about growth versus failure after you guys had the debate on Tuesday morning when I was off. Jason went to Matt LaFleur's media availability that afternoon and asked the head coach about growth versus failure. Here is the question and the response from the head coach. It's a little lengthy, Tausch. Settle in.
Shocking.
I got into a pretty heated argument about this today. I don't usually do that except with Rob. Do you believe in growth through failure? And when you fail, how do you turn that into growth?
Well, I think as long as you're learning from it, and again, not making the same mistake twice. I think there's a lot of good that can come out of adversity if you stay, tough-minded and persistent, and you don't let it bring you down. And that's what I told our guys. I was like, nobody's feeling sorry for us. And if we feel sorry for ourselves, we will regress. But as long as we take that approach, like, hey, we're going to roll up our sleeves and get back to work, then you got a chance to show some progress. And that's what I want to see. I want to see that fight from our team, and I believe that we will.
So do you think you regressed yesterday?
Well, I think anytime you don't get, I don't want to use the word regressed, but certainly the result wasn't what we wanted, and I thought there was plenty of opportunities there. I thought, like I said last night, I thought our defense played well enough to give us an opportunity to win. Mm-hmm. When you look back at it, we basically gave up 14 points defensively. We spotted them 3 from an offensive standpoint with that turnover. I thought it was a great display of sudden change defense, forcing the 3-and-out and the field goal. We got the one turnover that set up a touchdown. That was a good example coming out the second half of showing really good complementary football, which we haven't always shown that consistently. And even yesterday didn't do it. But, I don't want to use the word regress because I do think that there were some good things. It's just we just got to make sure that we learn from our mistakes.
So when you look at Jordan, I know from the outside, the expectations were raised with what he did in the first 2 games. You're not worried about outside expectations, you're worried about in here. But how do you kind of look at, there is kind of a line of demarcation in terms of how well he played in the first 2 and how the last 3 have gone. How do you kind of feel about where he's at overall?
I think that, I think there's definitely some plays that we'd all like to have back. Just like there's some calls I'd like to have back as well. And quite frankly, all the spotlight's going to be placed, or the majority of the spotlight's going to be placed on the quarterback, and that's not always the case. We have an opportunity in the 2-minute drive, and we have back-to-back drop balls. I mean, it is what it is. Like, we got to make those plays to help put us in better position, and maybe that last play doesn't happen. We got beat up front on the last play that forced a scramble drill. Because if you go back and watch the tape, I mean, Christian was behind the corner. So it gets magnified. It always comes down to the quarterback. That's what you guys like to write about. But it's the truth. Or the coaching. But it truly is. That's what's so great about the sport, is it truly takes all 11. And I know you guys want to bust my chops saying that's coach speak and whatever, but I truly believe that. And I think you see it on the tape every week. When you have great plays, it's everybody doing their job. And when you have bad plays, it could be just one person not doing their job. And that's just the way it goes.
All right, so a lot to dissect there. Jesse and Tausch, they had Wilde and Tausch.
I really feel like LaFleur emboldened my argument.
Why?
Because he's sitting there saying he doesn't want to use the word regress, but that's what it is. The team has not improved from where it was. It
sounded to me like he thought regressed was like a buzzword he did not want to put into the ether.
I respect that. Listen, Matt LaFleur's job is to continue the messaging of helping his football team. It's not about us, not about fans. That's not where his head's at. But he knows that what happened Monday against the Raiders wasn't acceptable. And he's not going to sit there and he's not going to say regressed, but he's also not saying, yeah, we're improving at the clip we want. I don't want him saying, yeah, we're just getting incrementally better, but because you're not. What we saw Monday was not. And to Homer's point yesterday, I get the fact everybody has clunkers. I don't care what team. The 15-1 team had a clunker out in Kansas City, and then unfortunately had a clunker in the playoffs. That happens in the NFL. Totally get it. That wasn't a clunker game. That's what they've been doing. And they just didn't do it. They actually did it a little bit worse. So for me, that's what's so frustrating. And I think I'm speaking for some fans, not all, that feel that way. We want to see more. You know who else wants to see more? The guy that was just talking. That was abundantly clear. So that's why I say my argument, my talking point, everything that I've said, I feel like is pretty much what Matt LaFleur is saying.
The one reason why I would say that I wouldn't be totally on your team on that side of the argument is because it depends on what your expectations were coming into the season, right? Like coming into the season,
I think my expectations are pretty fair.
Jason,
not like a borderline playoff team, not a Super Bowl contender. That was my expectations coming in. Jason's was to be pretty bad.
Team. Yeah. So if you expected a 5 to 6 win team,
so he's going to spin the narrative that fits that, just like you tried to spin the Brewers narrative as not making the playoffs with Dunzo. That's what I'm trying to fight against. You want to react and see. Jason's also said, "Oh, this team's better than I thought." He said that, not me. After 3 weeks.
Well, I think what you're seeing now is they beat the Bears, who are the worst team in football, worse than anyone else that we expect. They're worse than the Cardinals. They're worse than the Cardinals.
They weren't worse than the Commanders last week.
Well, that's true. But every team can have a clunker, I'm told. The Packers blew a game in Atlanta. They
stole a game against New Orleans.
They stole a game against New Orleans, so you could fit on the fence both of those games.
Like that Atlanta game, I wasn't freaking out. I wasn't nearly as concerned as I am now because that Atlanta game, that was football. That was just give and take, yin and yang.
But they had a clunker against Detroit. They had a clunker against the Raiders.
Detroit is better.
Detroit is a better team, and they had a clunker against the Raiders.
So I wouldn't even say clunker against Detroit. I thought I liked the scrap and the comeback and the fight that they had. And I'm not saying it wasn't I thought defensively they played a good game in Las Vegas, a really good game.
But, I mean, break it down by quarter through the first 20 quarters of the year. They've played, 6 good quarters?
It's just been way too – and we assumed it would be inconsistent. I knew that there would be some bad spots. All I'm saying is who's getting better? The O-line isn't getting better. Jordan Love, has he gotten better? Romeo Doubs, has he gotten better? Has Christian Watson gotten better?
I don't think we should discredit the injuries that have impacted that,
we always said all year, don't care about the record. Throw it out the window. That's what everybody said. And to a certain degree, I agree. But I can't there's a scoreboard for a reason. You are going to be judged differently with a young team. Totally get that. But just tell me who's gotten better on the offensive side of the football. Tell me somebody that's like, man, has he popped? Is Musgrave gotten a lot better?
Well, I guess he started at 0, so you could argue that he's getting playing time.
I'm not saying nobody's gotten. I'm just asking, who's gotten a lot better?
Jordan Love and Musgrave didn't have playing time before they get it now.
Who are you super confident saying, yep, that's going to be my guy? Because we're all talking Wilde's especially. Well, we're going to peak in 24. We're going to be a lot better. We're going to be a playoff team, all this stuff. Great. What makes you think that? After you saw what happened Monday. Now, again, why I love this league is things change. And your thoughts and predictions, everything evolves off of what you saw, what you're seeing. It can be all this lead up and everything else. But what we just witnessed and saw, this is not a very good football team right now on offense. Not a very good football team at all. Is it going to get better? God, I hope so. But it hasn't gotten better from week 1, and that's what we're measuring. Who's getting better? Who's improving? You tell me, because I'm not seeing it.
844-770-3776. Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio is scheduled to appear next. Tausch, perhaps before Evan joins us, you should chill with an ice cold Coors Light.
Yeah, I'm going to need to chill because I know the scorekeeping will be coming. And I'm going to chill with my friends at Coors Light. Coors Light brewed with a 3-step cold process, cold lager, cold filtered, and it is cold packaged because it's made to chill. Born in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado in 1978, Coors Light is refreshing. It is crisp, and it's only 102 calories. That's why it is Coors Light in my hand when I need a moment to chill. Celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Tausch doesn't want a debate this week. We'll find out what happens when Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio joins us next on Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
If you can't get a good night's sleep, let me ask you, are you breathing well? Because if you're snoring or waking up each night with a stuffed up nose, or frustrated with your CPAP mask, the root of your sleep problem lies in your breathing triangle. And if any one of those passages isn't working, you won't sleep well, and there's no mattress, pill, or other gimmick that can fix that. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. A recipe for a good night's sleep starts with an open airway. Now, there are devices that can help solve snoring or sleep apnea problems. If you walk into a sleep center, know you'll walk out with a CPAP. And you might find other options elsewhere, but the simple truth is, if your nose doesn't work properly, no device will help. Only at Advent will you find every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution, along with a world-class team that can get your nose working properly again.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
When you need electrical service, choose the company other companies call. Current Electric has been energizing and illuminating lives in the southeastern Wisconsin area since 1983. They have earned the trust of businesses like Bauer Sign and Lighting, Midas, and Take 5 Car Wash. With 40 years of 5-star service under their belt, they are sure they can earn your trust too. Whether you need residential or commercial work completed or are interested in solar or generators, call the superheroes at Current Electric. Visit callcurrent.com.
'Tis the season for Toyland at Fleet Farm. The elves are stocking shelves with the hottest toys like Barbie, Lego, Hot Wheels, and more at unbeatable deals. Find a lower toy price and we'll beat it by 5%. Doors open at 7 a.m. Saturday, October 14th. Plus, the first 125 customers get a free toy tractor. Get unbeatable deals on the toys you want before they're gone. Fleet Farm, the store with everything you need for a very Merry Christmas. See store for details.
Get to and from every home game in Green Bay this football season safely. Milwaukee Broad House, Jack's American Pub, and Wanakee Golf Course all offer transportation on game days. They've got bus services with private restrooms and all-you-can-drink packages. There's still room for the October 29th and November 5th games. Book your round-trip ride and get access to an all-you-can-eat and drink tailgate at the bar on Holmgren Way. Make your game day experience a VIP experience with your official ride to Green Bay. Visit golfwanakee.com to book your trip today.
Bikers need protection, not just from other drivers, but unfortunately from insurance companies too. If you've been injured in a motorcycle crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Bikers are often blamed for causing the accident because the insurance companies simply don't want to pay. At Gruber Law Offices, we've been fighting for injured bikers and their families for more than 30 years. Trust us to fight for what you deserve. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Tired of power outages disrupting your life? Make them a thing of the past by getting a Generac home standby generator from Adams Generators. Adams Generators is the largest and #1 rated Generac dealer in Wisconsin. With 24/7 emergency support, our factory-trained technicians are standing by to assist you. Visit adamspower.com/generators to make sure your power always stays on. That's adamspower.com/generators.
It's Chevy truck season, and with a Chevy Silverado, there's no such thing as an uphill battle. With a Chevy Silverado, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. Because with impressive towing capability, an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen, and the choice of powerful engines to pick from, whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado with the capability you need. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Jesse and Tausch today on Wilde and Tausch with Jason Wilde on assignment for the remainder of the week. He'll be back on Monday as the Packers enjoy a bye week, and so does Jason for a couple of days. We are now joined by Tausch's sparring partner.
Is this his new deal? He's my sparring partner.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because sitting back behind the glass, that's what it's been the last 3 weeks.
You, and you were sitting in the stands.
Yeah. So then they throw me back into the ring today. Apparently, with Jason out, it is our friend Evan Cohen, unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio, weekday mornings 5 to 9 a.m. In Madison, 5 to 7 a.m. on ESPN Milwaukee. Good morning, Evan. How are you this morning?
You know, Jesse, there's an interesting storyline that I did not realize was developing until I just heard you intro the show. So now you could be the sparring partner. Tausch, you know, I have filled in, as you know, many times on many different shows.
You're a very popular host, I've heard, yes.
If I'm the fill-in with the regular, I always go with the regular first and then me. In other words, I would go with, along with Mark Tauscher, Jesse Nelson in for Jason Wilde.
Yeah.
Did you notice that Jesse went with Jesse and Tausch?
Yes, I did notice that. Yes, and
that is a little interesting. Do you not feel that way?
No, because I know Jesse. I know what makes Jesse tick. He has a monster ego. You know that. You've dealt with Jesse enough.
Yeah, I'm putting me first if I get the opportunity on this show.
Yeah. I'm not shocked by that.
Tony wasn't available at that time. But
anyway, that's fair. Tony and Tausch also sounds good, for the record.
TNT. Evan, I listened to your show again this morning like I do every morning. First off, I loved, what is it, Beaver Dam? You had the Beaver Dam.
That was awesome.
Was that a sweat?
How great is that?
That was really cool.
So basically, we have put the invitation out to all of the stations across the country. Send us stuff, we'll display it, and we'll hype you. Because basically coming in and out of every break, I know I should say it's the Jesse Nelson Show here on Unsportsmanlike, but instead I say, listening on all the great stations across the country, and then I do a little including, right? And ESPN Radio in Beaver Dam, a part of the ESPN Wisconsin team, 1430, sent us great hoodies. They were front and center today, and they got some great promotions.
Love it.
So it was awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, guess what? With Jesse Nelson in charge here at the ESPN Madison office, I'm guessing ESPN Milwaukee will probably have something sent to you before Jesse. Is that a fair
I was going to ask you, what are you planning on sending? I'm sending Greeny a quarter zip. I don't know about the morning show guys. Yeah.
All right, Evco. So Jason and I had some good battles this week on growth versus youth and everything else, and I'm looking at this from the player's perspective, and that was a clunker of a loss. There was no growth there. That was just disappointment, and you should be very irritated with yourself, especially on the offensive side of the ball. How do you look at the idea of the expectation? Now your Patriots stink, so you've had great expectations. You finally have conceded that the Patriots stink. How do you look at it from the Packers' perspective nationally that, there's going to be growing pains and things, but that was a bad loss on Monday night?
It was. I understand that you would say that, but I'm shocked. I also speak from the player's perspective. I don't know why you had to exclude in that.
Because you're not a player. You know that. But Evan, you're not. No offense.
I mean, why am I not a player? I play high school football. How can that not be considered a player?
Play is probably
okay.
Continue. Yeah, continue.
I mean, when you pay Jim Polzine to do that story on you, and he did it on the pickleball. You wanted to be portrayed as a pickleball player. What, do you consider yourself a pickleball player?
I do, yes.
Yeah, well, I guess I didn't pay you enough.
After this morning's results,
and say that I'm a former player.
After this morning's results, I shouldn't be. But continue.
He might knock you out in record time.
Let's move on. No, I got a knockout punch. I got a knockout punch coming. I got a knockout punch coming. All right, Evan, you were a great high school player that had one snap, whatever. Can you just get to the Packers' point of view here?
Yeah, I started my junior and senior year. Anyway, so basically, here's the way I look at it. I have to answer a question with a question.
Wilde is back. Okay, great.
No, I'm asking seriously, Tausch. There were no clunkers of games or shows or anything professionally that you've done in life that you're just like, boy, that clunker actually teaches me something?
Yeah, Evan, absolutely there is. But my point is, we saw this. We had all this unknown coming into the season with Jordan Love, a bunch of the young skill guys that they have, and we saw, okay, here's where they started from. So here's what the expectations are. And in the last 3 weeks, the whole point of this season, everybody said during the offseason, not going to be about the record, not a playoff team, all this stuff, but I want to see that you're getting better, you're growing. And yes, every team I've been a part of, every team that I know of has had games or days that just didn't go their way. Outside of the 72 Dolphins, I'm guessing every football team has had that. But what we saw,
and even then,
I just don't
even the
know.
72 Dolphins were in a high-scoring team, and they played less games. So
okay, yeah,
your point,
exactly.
So we'll give you that.
So, this idea of regression, and I believe that the offense has gotten worse. That was my point. It's not about and to lose to a team. I think the Raiders stink. I don't think they're coached very well. I think their offense is blah, and their defense. They have one guy. They're missing two of their starting corners. I was expecting more in basically a pseudo home game. That's why I was upset. And it's not about, it's young. There's only so many excuses you can make. At some point, you have to go out and deliver the goods, and they didn't do that, and that's why I was frustrated.
So you're basically saying if you're in the first year of a system or whatever it is, with kind of new people on board, that at some point you got to see some development or Mark Tausch is going to be critical of you, correct?
Correct.
All right, go ahead on Luke Fickell. Let me hear.
Well, Luke Fickell's lost one game. There's no hesitation. I'm going to say this. The Luke Fickell, what I saw in Purdue and what I saw last week is much better than what I saw in Washington State.
And guess what?
Much
I agree
better.
With you. And I'm on board with him, just the way that I'm on board with Jordan Love. This is all a process. They have to be better in Game 17 than they are in Game 1. That is the whole part of this. That is the biggest part of this.
Were they better in Game 5 than they were in Game 1?
But it doesn't matter. Tausch, that's a ridiculous argument.
No, it's not a ridiculous argument. Were they better in Game 1 than they were in Game 4?
But it doesn't matter if you're better in 4 or 5. It's a 17-game sample size. You're looking at it based on – so fine. You want to go Mark Murphy style and you want to make the evaluation after 8 or 9 games? That's what you want to do?
That's what he said he's doing. Right? And he's the president of the team.
And we all sat here and we said that was ridiculous to even put that out there.
Yeah.
And they very much hedged their bet on Jordan Love, okay? And Tausch, I know you heard me say this, and I'll reiterate it for the ESPN Wisconsin audience. It's real simple. When you have a quarterback, you either need to be sold that he's going to be the guy on his rookie contract or have a first-ballot Hall of Famer. The in-between contracts or evaluations get you nowhere. Sadly, what the Packers have done with Jordan Love is they've put him in that in-between. Because technically, correct me if I'm wrong, he's not actually on his rookie deal. He's on a restructured, modified extension, and so they're hedging their bets on him. Closer to rookie deal than Hall of Famer, obviously. But I don't look at this and say, 5 games, that's it. I didn't see the progression. If I don't feel like after Game 17 this season that this guy is significantly better than where he was that started the season, then I have an issue. After Game 5, no. Was it a clunker on Monday that everyone watched? Absolutely. Also, I'll give you one other thing. Tausch, when you look back at the last 20 years in the NFL, just off the top of your head, the best quarterbacks over the last 20 years or so in the NFL.
Okay, Rodgers, Brady.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, who else? Breeze?
You can put Drew Brees in there, yep.
Mahomes?
Yep.
Okay, you got 4 right there. Guess what all 4 of them have in common? All 4 of them started the exact same way that Jordan Love started, as a backup. And all 4 of them took time to develop as a backup. Different time for all of them. Brady won his Super Bowl in his first year starting. Mahomes was the MVP, right, in his first year starting. I get it. But all of them started the same way. Jordan Love, I believe, still has an aspect of his career that has started the right way, that his development is still there, and I do look at growth over the course of the body of work, not week by week.
Okay.
That's 1-0 me.
Maybe. I'm not gonna sit there and say
getting a maybe is a win there.
What
Evan.
you're looking for, though,
Where's
is
the Gina Della drop with maybe? Where's that one, Jesse?
that would have been a good
Maybe.
drop. That would have been a good drop. All right, I'll give you that one, but I'm coming for a knockout. So when you're doing sports radio, and you've been doing it a long time, and you've been doing it great, just ask you. And now you're doing a national show, and it's been fantastic. You want to make sure you have strong opinions, correct? That's one of the things that you're looking for. I know Chris Canty, Schmalman, everybody that's doing it makes takes. They want to have a point. Is that a fair assessment of your job?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay. Well, I heard you this week say this,
oh boy.
And I literally thought to myself, he has been doing this longer than anybody. And supposedly better than everybody. You made this statement. Why can't we just sit back and say both Belichick and Brady are both equally responsible for the championships? That's what you said.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's not sports radio. That's not what you do. Oh, great. Hey, guys,
fine.
No. Don't pull this.
Wrong.
Don't ask this.
Wrong.
Don't ask who this is, because they're both equally available for their championship.
Wrong.
Don't you dare make me pick between Belichick and Brady. That's what happened.
Wrong.
Hey, you don't have to
get.
Hey, don't jump on the train yet. I know the train's sitting there. You can defend your position before you go.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm sitting in a seat. There are cars driving by.
I heard a train run by you.
There's no train.
That's what I heard.
You don't know the difference between a honk and a train?
Don't distract yourself. Defend your point.
I'm not distracted. You seem to be distracted.
No, I'm fine.
Like a train at all.
I'm fine.
Maybe
he's knocked out. All right, thank you. Thank you, Evan. Evan has just officially been knocked out. He's bleeding.
No, I haven't even responded.
That's exactly right, because you're biding your time to figure it out.
What I was about to say is when you attack Belichick and Brady with Evan, you better not miss on this one. So I'm excited to hear what he says.
Yeah, what does he got?
Here's the thing. Okay, so Jesse, here's the problem with Tausch's argument. He set it up through the prism of sports talk radio.
It's what you do. That is your job.
Understand. It's going to help, and it's going to help me win the argument.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Here we go. Through the prism of sports talk radio and the way that we have these conversations, every single person likes to put a versus between Brady and Belichick. And sometimes in sports talk radio, when you have a conviction that you actually believe in and a point you believe in that is different than the masses, if you actually believe in it, sometimes it can stand out. And in this case, I refuse to do the Brady versus Belichick like everyone else does, and I like to take the path lesser taken, which is how come we never sit back and say, one wouldn't be as good without the other. Pick the one. And how come we don't look at it?
Tom Brady was pretty good in Tampa without Belichick.
Yeah, okay, but why don't we listen to both of their words? Belichick constantly says, coaches can lose games, players can win games. Brady has said, including this week, Belichick is a huge reason as to why he had the success he had. There is no way that Brady could have operated and run the Tampa Bay Buccaneers without 20 years of training under Bill Belichick. He could not have done it, and I love Brady.
He's trying to get him out to Vegas. He's trying to get Belichick out to Vegas. He's greasing him up to get him out to Vegas. That's what he's doing.
Go Aces. The point is, both of them are responsible for this. Who's more responsible for the greatest days in Badger history, Pat Richter or Barry Alvarez?
Donna Shalala.
Cop out.
It's an answer. I didn't say the point. I didn't make that point. You basically said this. Now you're copping out.
So you're picking Bob Kraft in the Brady versus Belichick debate.
No, it's Tom Brady. Everybody knows that Tom Brady. Normally, these arguments you can have like there's some gray area. There is no gray area. Tom Brady proved it, and Evan can't do it because he loves Bill Belichick and can't come to grips and say, "Yeah, Belichick is a great coach, no doubt." But it's Brady. It's always Brady. Always.
Wait, but what do you mean I can't come to grips with it?
No, you can't.
I'm in agreement. Brady is more responsible. Brady is more responsible for their titles than Belichick is. But the point is, why don't we ever do? All right,
Monday morning
for Wilde and Tausch? Who's more responsible for Wilde and Tausch?
Monday morning, Evan Cohen. Why can't we sit back and say both Belichick and Brady are equally responsible for their championships? Oh, that's a cute little. What a cute little way to do it. Oh, Evan. It's Brady, and you know it.
I'm going to say something I've never said in 20 years of knowing you guys. I miss Wilde.
Thank you, Evan. Now, if that's not a knockout, I don't know what is. Evan will be better next week. I knew this was going to be a complete chaos.
We didn't even get time to get to how to lose a guy in 10 days. Evan, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, what's up with that? Did you hear that, by the way?
I also heard, I can't believe how
player?
your co-host got after you about taking up a roster spot at the university because you don't drink and how great of a party school Wisconsin is. They were borderline, like, being mean to you. I'm assuming
This is why. Okay, wait. The competition is over. I know Josh DiMaggio of Jen, Gabe, and Chewy scores this every single week, so competition over. Now I just want to add one thing. What an interesting thing that was. I thought I'm glad you noticed that, Tausch, because I thought that was the best moment of the show today.
It was great.
They were destroying. They were destroying me as a UW grad. I don't drink. I've never been drunk in my life, and they were like, "You take up a roster spot. Like someone else should be there instead of you." And I thought I had a good Wisconsin experience. I mean, by that I mean I went to Tornado on Tuesday night.
Evan, thanks so much for joining
Jesse's
us.
Laughing. Jesse wouldn't know Tornado if it was in his backyard. He
It's
doesn't even know what
across
I'm
the
talking
square. I've been there many times. I think it's a little
No,
overrated.
you have not.
Many's probably
little,
a lot.
little
Sorry,
overrated.
what did you just say?
Little overrated.
That's
Tausch, we're going to let him do this?
That's incredible. Well, because he hasn't been there. He doesn't know any better.
He hasn't been there with us. That's what it is.
That's true.
That's true. I look forward to the next invite.
I mean, Tausch and I went there once with Tom Crabtree's friends, and that is a big night.
That was good. That was something. All right, thanks, Evan.
Bye.
Evan Cohen.
Boy, that was. I felt bad bodying him like that, but I needed one.
You say this every week,
No, I
and then
didn't.
Jason and I have to say, I don't know if that's what happened.
No,
old
it is.
T. Unsportsmanlike, Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, weekday morning starting at 5 a.m.
He thought he was
ESPN
getting me
Radio.
with the fickle. I had that fickle answer right here, right in the old shirt pocket.
Donna Shalala.
Are either of those people here without Donna Shalala?
There is something that I want to...
There's not. They would be.
You're right. There's something that he said about the growth versus failure that you actually brought up and then Evan responded to. I want to talk about that next. We'll do that as we continue this morning on Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance. 28 years on the Packers.
I would flat out cut his ass to send a message.
37 years playing in the NFL.
This is the best win in the Matt LaFleur era.
87 years covering the Packers.
And that's what happened in the fourth quarter. That's all. He has been really good.
And 46 years of being on ESPN.
I said to Herman Edwards one time, it's hard to win a game in the NFL. He said, John, it's hard to make a first down.
There's no place with more experience when it comes to talking about the green and gold. All day, every day. We are 94.5 ESPN.
Looking for a fun way to win up to 25 times your money this football season? Well, test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection for a wide variety of statistics, and place your entry. It's as simple as that. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/WI and use code WI. That's code WI at prizepicks.com/WI for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
Transitioning from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love in Green Bay was always going to come with his challenges. The offense has scored just 6 total
points in the first halves of their last 3 games, and Love has morphed into a turnover machine. Despite the struggles entering the bye week, head coach Matt LaFleur is optimistic his young team can turn things around.
We all knew that there was going to be some growing pains, but I haven't lost faith or belief in the group that we have. I just think that we can do things better, and I think we can coach better, and I think we can execute better.
The Packers are now off until October 22nd when they visit the 1-4 Denver Broncos.
This has been your Green and Gold Fix on 94.5 ESPN, brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
What are we having for dinner? At Cousin Subs, we have a simple answer for this age-old question. A family 4-pack, of course. Now at participating Cousin Subs locations, you can get any 4 classic or deli fresh subs or subs in a bowl and 4 chips or regular fries for the limited time only price of $30 plus tax after 4 p.m. You heard that right. Feed your entire crew for just $30. Order in store at cousinsubs.com or via our app. Cousin Subs, we believe in better.
Sweetest Day is coming up, and we want to make sure you're equipped to make that special someone in your life extra happy with the Welke Sweetest Day giveaway on 94.5 ESPN.
Go on. I'm listening.
From now through October 20th, head to WelkeSweetestDay.com to register for your chance to win a Sweetest Day prize pack.
Ooh, this could be interesting.
A bouquet of flowers from Welke's Milwaukee florist and a $50 Benson's gift card could be yours to share. Just go to...
Hold on, honey. I got this part. That's WelkeSweetestDay.com for full contest details.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocer's freezer food aisle. Palermo's. Flavor is our family's business.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Missed any of the show? Find us on Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Joe in Manitowoc text in 844-770-3776. Evan, unsportsmanlike and still undefeated.
No way, Joe. Come on.
Joe in Manitowoc has scored the match in favor of Evan Cohen.
Oh, Joe.
Thanks again to our pal Evan of Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio for joining us last segment. The debate will continue probably every Thursday at 9:30 as long as Evan's continuing to join us, or until Old T calls off the match because the scorekeepers, there's some
Josh DiMaggio's
accused.
fired, though. He's done with being the scorekeeper. He's not he's too biased. We need to get some people that aren't directly under Evan's stewardship.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do on that front. Joe in Manitowoc seems pretty unbiased.
Joe in Manitowoc,
seems pretty unbiased, and he says
Joe
Evan's gotten you every time.
How he can come to that conclusion after I brought the Fickle thing out of my front pocket and after I nailed him with the Belichick Brady. But Joe, I'm not questioning Joe's bias.
I might a little bit, but he's still more unbiased than Josh. I would agree with that. One thing that came up in that conversation, you talked about the growth from week 1 to week 5 versus week 1 to week 17. The Fickle answer like you had in your back pocket was ready to go with the Washington State game and Rutgers last week. Here's what I would say to that front. You can measure the linear growth if there are controlled variables on the other end of it. But the Packers playing the Bears week 1 is not the same as them playing the Lions in week 4.
I agree with that. But
Washington State's a top 25 team. Rutgers stinks.
My point is, it's conference game. Purdue on the road. Winning on the road in the Big Ten, don't ever use that as something that you can't get a barometer.
No, but when you have
Purdue just beat the heck out of somebody last week, too? They beat Illinois, I think.
Yeah, Illinois. Well, Illinois is trash, too.
Well, everybody's trash. Okay, great. Well, you know what? If that's who you play against, that's who you beat. But this idea that you can't compare things linearly, that's what they're doing over there. They're assessing where they're at. You can only go off of who you played. The Bears and the Raiders are a great comp. The Aaron Jones component to this is where I would say this is where if he brought up the Aaron Jones component and said this changes things, I agree. That does change things. I am not down on Jordan Love yet. All I'm asking, are we getting better? It's a simple question, and nobody over there is telling you, 100% we're getting better. We see it. It's going to ready to pop. That's what I'd like to hear. Yeah, we're off just a little bit here and there. There's too many errors. There's too many mistakes. Can that get corrected? Yes, but it has to get corrected. We can't sit here twiddling our thumbs and say, well, it's going to get better, because it doesn't always get better. In years in the NFL, you don't get to redo it. It's part of your story. It's part of your deal.
If that's the approach, though, then I think you're better off watching games the way Jim in Saukville watches games, where you save them and watch 4 at a time.
Why?
Because I think what you're saying is at the end of the season, you want to be able to look and say from week 1 to week 12, was there significant improvement? You can't necessarily measure that if you're playing Buffalo week 1 and a top 15 team in the country week 2. Like that, and then you play a bottom feeder Big Ten team week 5. Like, it's not the same.
You are measured by how you play against. If you play a lesser opponent, you need to suffocate them. You're still being judged. Yes, it's much more difficult to play well against Ohio State than it is against Rutgers. Rutgers isn't as good as Ohio State. That is baked into your evaluation. I'm evaluating an offensive tackle if he's blocking Lenny, but he's not blocking Max Crosby. I'm not saying, well, you stink. Max Crosby's a stud, one of the best in the league. There's a curve on that, but there's not. You still need to show, yeah, we're getting better. I haven't seen that. That has not been evident to me, and that's why I'm saying right now this isn't a very good football team on offense.
So you're saying eye test, Kansas City comes to Green Bay in a few weeks for Sunday Night Football.
It's like in December.
You're saying Mahomes and the Chiefs come to Lambeau for Sunday Night Football if it doesn't get flexed.
Hopefully Taylor comes.
And hopefully Taylor Swift is in attendance. And the Packers could lose that game by 21 points, but watching individual performances, you could say that there was more growth in that than there was in the Raiders' loss on Monday night.
Yes.
Okay. I guess that shows where you're at. I don't know if I agree with that. But I think you can look at the end of the season and say, from where we started to where this team ended, is there improvement from Musgrave and Watson and Love?
If you're playing an FCS school or if you're playing Ohio State, you don't evaluate it differently?
No, of course you don't evaluate it.
That's what I just said.
Of course you evaluate it differently.
You don't agree with that. What don't you agree with about that?
You do evaluate it differently, but I wouldn't say that there's a regression because you're playing Ohio State in late October and they might come to Camp Randall and win, and they might blow the doors off of you because defense hasn't been so good. But if you win the Big Ten West at the end of the year, you might say, okay, that's a 9-win team. We thought they might win 9 or 10 games. That's where they seem to be. They won the West. They get a chance at a Big Ten championship. Ultimately, a lot of boxes were checked this year for the Badgers.
I'm not writing this season off. I'm evaluating after 5 weeks where they're at. That's what we do. This is our job. We can project and think, well, I hope in 6 weeks, I'm saying, man, the low point of this season was that game in Las Vegas. That's what I hope I'm saying.
And it very well might be.
I would hope so, because I don't know how much lower you could get on offense than what we saw on Monday night. And the fact that everybody's just so easy just to say, oh, no big deal. The fact that nobody over there up at Lombardi Avenue is saying that should tell you maybe we should be looking at it this way too.
Your Prize Picks did hit with a Jimmy G INT on.
I don't want to live in the past.
Monday night, that was an easy.
But that was a good win for old T. Tay Wicks, yep. Tay Adams, yep. Everything went well for me. I'm going to look at tonight. You got Mahomes 269.5. I think I go less on that, and I think Russ 219. I like Russ. Russ has been a lot better than what people are writing off. The Broncos' defense stinks. Packers better be ready for vintage Russ. Next, in I guess 2 weeks.
No.
I'm telling you, they better be. I'm going to look at probably going more with him tonight. You guys join in. It's fun. Prize Picks Daily Fantasy Sports made easy. I like going 3 players. I got to get my third one yet. But you can pick between 2 and 6. You can win up to 25x on your money. You're not competing against other people. Just you and Prize Picks' projections. Download the Prize Picks app or go to prizepicks.com to sign up today. First-time users, put in the promo code WI. You get a 100% deposit match up to $100. You put $100 in, Prize Picks gives you $100. Again, go to prizepicks.com to get started today.
You still got an NLDS game tonight, Braves Phillies. You go first inning runs tonight for Braves Phillies.
It's been a fun series to watch. Just wish there were 7 games and not 5.
Since it's been a weird week with the Packers playing on Monday night, we have not yet done this week's ESPN NFL Power Rankings. So much like when I was in college and we would move Scary Movie Monday to Wednesday, we move Power Rankings Tuesday to Thursday. Where do the Packers land and how many of the top 10 can Tausch get right? We'll do that in 2 minutes to start the 10 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for my friends at Kohler Services. Have you been thinking of updating your bath or shower? Well, Kohler Services is a local end-to-end bath and shower design and remodel service brought to you by Kohler, a family-owned business in Wisconsin for 150 years. Kohler is the only manufacturer offering fast, professional installation and care for life. Start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote and tell them that I sent you. Again, that's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Announcing the former All-Star Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek. And the former John Paul's Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters. Greg Cunis was recently named Time Magazine's Wisconsin Automotive Dealer of the Year. Plus, Cunis dealerships have been awarded Top 100 Best in the U.S. by the Automotive News the past 9 years. Our mission is to bring the Cunis Auto Group's unequaled customer satisfaction and service to our friends in the greater Milwaukee area. Cunis Milwaukee Buick GMC stores have the area's largest pre-owned car, truck, and SUV inventory with over 3,000 vehicles available on lot or online and always at a price and payment you can afford. And all new and pre-owned Cunis vehicles come with our exclusive no-fear lifetime warranty coverage at no extra charge. So buy like a champion at the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek, 7020 South 27th Street, or Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, 3615 South 108th Street. Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters.
Congratulations are in order for Cedar Ridge Distillery's original 86 bourbon, the best-selling bourbon in Iowa for a third straight year, making a home in Wisconsin. Ben Bruss here to tell you more about Cedar Ridge Distillery's bourbon and whiskey. Aged in non-climate control rickhouses, the Midwest weather means Cedar Ridge products go through all the temperature swings. That means unique flavors. So it makes sense that the Quintessential is one of the highest awarded American single malts. Trust me, each bottle of Cedar Ridge is handcrafted with that Midwest feel. Learn more about their award-winning products at cedarridgedistillery.com. Tune in to KBN every day at 2 o'clock. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
I've been grinding so long, been trying it for years. And I got nothing to show, just climbing this rope right here. And if there's a man upstairs, he kept bringing me rain. But I've been sending up prayers and something's changed. I think I finally found my hallelujah.
The 10 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch. How am I supposed to do this? With Mark Tauscher, I'm Jesse Nelson.
Do you think that remotely bothers me?
I did hear you on Rutledge and Hamilton yesterday call out Rutledge
really
for being
odd.
a full name guy.
It was like a weird deal because I'm driving Max over to hockey, and I probably heard Jim say Matt Hamilton like 15 times. And I was wondering, I wonder why he does that. Because he always calls me Tauscher, which I'm not a fan of. I like either being Tausch. I don't really like when people call me Mark either. That's weird. But I don't, it's whatever. Okay. But when it's Tauscher, it's always like, it's kind of stern, which, whatever. Jim could call me whatever he wants. But it was Matt Hamilton. Well, and I just thought it was odd.
And then after you called him out on it, I started thinking, I've heard him say, Ryan Wollersheim, Alex Strofe, Molly Brown, all the characters that have been part of their show over time.
So
and
maybe
he's
that's
a full
what
name
he does,
guy.
which is fine.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to, I just was curious because nobody does that.
But also, when I refer to Jim Rutledge, he's a full name guy. You either have nickname guys like
the
you.
The name of his show
first
is Rutledge
name guys,
and Hamilton.
last name.
It's not Jim Rutledge and Matt Hamilton.
Correct.
So if you're going to do it that way, why don't you just... I think they should change the name of their show to Jim Rutledge and Matt Hamilton.
But Wilde's a last name guy, Wilde. It's just, okay, it's Jason Wilde, but it's Wilde.
I'm going to tell you this, and I told those guys as I left. Monday, it's going to be Jason Wilde. I like it. It's professional. It's different.
You're going to call Jason Wilde every time.
I'm going to say Jason Wilde every time. until he gets annoyed by it.
That's going to be one time.
That's what I thought. But I think if I prize pick it, I think I'd set it at 2.5. And
you think you're going to get to 2.5 times?
Because I'll sneak one in, and I think he'll be rambling about something, and he won't even catch it. And then I'll catch, and then he'll eventually catch it, and I think that's when he'll say, "Why are you doing this?" And I don't know if I'll have a good answer.
Does Jason listen back to the shows he misses?
No, Jason does not.
Because then I was going to say, you might even be able to push that up to 4, I think.
You think I get 4?
I think you're going to get 4 in before
he
he catches
is so
up.
anal about words, and you say one wrong word and he'll wear you out on it, and he tries to spin it off that I do that because he does that.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. You're going to do it once, and he's going to reply to you by calling you Mark Tauscher.
I don't think initially.
And then you're going to do it again, and then he's going to say, "Why are you doing that?" And we're going to get to 2, and that's going to be
2.5 is a really good number.
It is a good line. It is a good projection on Prize Pick. Let's fire up the Power Rankings. Power Rankings Tuesday on a Thursday. Obviously, we were reacting to the Packers game on Tuesday. Well, you were. I was golfing. Celebrating my mom's birthday. So we didn't get to the Power Rankings.
Yeah, I don't want to ever hear
Tuesday.
you say anything about me taking a day off ever again.
Well, fair. Why were you gone last Friday again? No. Let's go and check the ESPN NFL Power Rankings for Week 6 of the NFL season. Tausch, we've done this the last several weeks with you trying to pick in a row where the ESPN NFL Nation, including Packers reporter Rob Mouts,
I feel really good about the first 3.
Okay.
And then after that, it gets a little sketch.
So let's hear it. Who you got at number 1?
San Francisco right now has been by far the best.
They are absolutely number 1.
Philadelphia is definitely 2.
They
Both
are 2.
undefeated teams. I think they're the only undefeated teams in the NFL. The NFC, again, we talked about this all offseason. You knew it was going to be top heavy. Very rarely do things play out to script. The NFC is kind of scripty this year.
Which means I think something big is going to happen in the playoffs.
What do you mean?
There's going to be a 6 or 7 seed. Like maybe it's the Packers, maybe the Saints.
Awesome.
Like somebody's going to make a run in the playoffs.
Or maybe the Cowboys don't disappoint.
Yeah, Cowboys fan Hunter Vaughn producing today's show.
So 3's Kansas City. 4.
That is correct.
Boy, I just don't know. 4 is so tricky because I think you have to say the Dolphins bounce back. I'm going to go Dolphins at 4.
Nailed it.
Okay.
4 for 4. So top 4, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Kansas City, Miami. This is where you started to get dicey last week.
I mean, I think Detroit needs to be in the equation here. I think Detroit should be sitting there. Buffalo should drop. They had a tough loss. Baltimore's not in that mix anymore. I'm going to go with Detroit at 5.
Detroit 5? Are you crazy?
4-1.
You're right.
No.
You're right. Detroit is 5th in the power rate, which is nuts.
Yeah, that's great for them. So who else is there at that? Who would I put at the 6th spot? Is it somebody with 2 losses or with 1?
Do you want a hint?
I do want a hint.
Does that officially mean that you have an asterisk as you're identifying?
Is that?
It is a 2-loss team. There are very few teams with 1 loss that are ranked lower than this. There are 2 other teams with 1 loss. Many teams with 2 losses. A 2-loss team is number 6.
Tampa's only got 1 loss, but they had a bye, right?
That is true.
I think people just are in love with Buffalo. I think people are still in love with Buffalo, but Jacksonville beat them. I'm going to go Jacksonville.
Should have trusted your gut.
Buffalo?
It is Buffalo.
So how can we put Buffalo ahead of Jacksonville? They just lost to them, and Buffalo lost one of the best defensive players in the game for the season, on top of losing their top corner, to an Achilles. That's a bad poll.
Buffalo is 6. Dallas, after that Sunday night performance, is 7. Hunter, they should be lower than that, right? Unbiased.
Dallas is still, I think, the top of tier 2. Until Dallas and Detroit play, I still would trust Dallas.
They lost to Arizona.
I understand. Yeah,
I still think they're as good as Detroit, but it's a huge gap between Detroit and Dallas, and then Philly and San Francisco.
Yeah, I would agree
it's
with
a chasm.
That's why I took my Final 4.
Do you want to guess 8, 9, and 10? Or
No,
are we?
just tell me who they are.
Seattle is in at 8. They had a bye also. They're 3-1.
Okay.
Tampa is 3-1 at number 9.
Tampa's fraudulent.
And Jacksonville's 10. Jacksonville below Tampa. That doesn't feel right.
I don't know how Jacksonville could be below Buffalo. They literally just played.
But they've had some bad losses. Jacksonville has.
So has Buffalo.
Jacksonville also has played 2 games in London at 8:30 in the morning, so maybe they've just been an afterthought the last couple of weeks in the grand scope of ranking the NFL teams. So now the question becomes, where are the Green Bay Packers? Tausch, they were 14 last week. They disappoint on ESPN's Monday Night Football against the Vegas Raiders. Where does Green Bay land in the rankings for Week 6?
19.
If they're 19, that would be their lowest ranking of the year after they lost to Atlanta.
And I hope that this is the lowest point of the season for the team.
You nailed it. How do you do it?
14. Well, they should have dropped 4 or 5 spots is how I kind of picked.
They dropped from 14 to 19 in this week's power rankings.
Yeah, that's listen, it's a long season. There's ebbs and flows. I just hope that this is the most ebby or the lowest flow that this team had. That's all I'm saying. If there is
ebby.
Because you're not going to face a ton of teams. You're going to face the Vikings, who that would be brutal, especially with how they're positioning themselves. But this is the part that I have to come to grips with. I and a lot of us as Packer fans have had this premonition of every week, well, we have the best quarterback on the field, we're going to win. That's such a force multiplier of predicting if you're going to win games. And when you don't have that guy yet, you have to get in the mindset of, well, yeah, these teams stink, but maybe you're not very good. And maybe that's where I'm lacking. That's maybe where I have a blind spot, because I've been around long enough with great quarterback play, and I just baked that into the cake. And right now that cake ain't there. There ain't the yeast, or there's not the whatever.
We're
that's
doing the baking of the cake thing again. Okay.
Well, that's a good analogy.
It's great.
I that's where I think I have to start coming to grips and say, okay, they're not good. The Raiders stink. Maybe we just ain't very good.
Might be the case. Coming up next, I want to continue to review from the power rankings. So ESPN's NFL Nation always has their little ditty in addition to the rankings. This week, it was the biggest fantasy football surprise for each team this year. We'll see if you can guess who Rob Domofsky selected as the biggest fantasy surprise. And we'll also talk about positive and negative surprises after 5 weeks of this NFL season for the Green Bay Packers. We will do that next on Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcasts for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you. Untethered, unfiltered, and unbothered.
Who would you rather see perform at the Super Bowl, Usher or Taylor Swift?
Usher. Everybody gonna play Usher.
Kyle Bruston Nortman, KBN, presented by Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL.
This is a complete joke. The fact that y'all think that Taylor Swift has more universal appeal than Usher is ridiculous.
Weekdays from 2 to 5, right here on 94.5 ESPN. And subscribe to the show on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
A bank that goes the extra yard? You got it. Show your love for the green and gold with Packers checking, only from Associated Bank. Make every transaction a touchdown with your Packers debit MasterCard. And when you use it at the Packers Pro Shop, at the stadium, or online, you'll get 10% off. Associated Bank's Packers checking scores the home field advantage by delivering Midwest-based customer care, outstanding value, and more. Get in the game and learn more today at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Member FDIC.
It's Chevy truck season, and with a Chevy Silverado, there's no such thing as an uphill battle. With a Chevy Silverado, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. Because with impressive towing capability, an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen, and the choice of powerful engines to pick from, whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado with the capability you need. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com.
Kevin Morat here from Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increase cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is, years of decreasing testosterone has packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
All right, Team Pella, listen up.
Thanks, John Kuhn. Customers love our products with limited lifetime warranties. Check out these big plays. Incredible innovations like blinds and shades between the glass.
No interference on that play, Coach.
And stylish windows with hidden screens that make game days a breeze.
Can it get any better?
It can. With monthly payments as low as $19 per window, $75 per patio door, and a free quote at PellaWI.com.
Let's go.
6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers on 10/31/2023.
The all-new Potawatomi Casino Hotel has something you gotta see. Play more slots and games, and you could say, "Show me the money," to reveal up to 10 grand each Thursday. 800,000 in prizes is up for grabs. 40 winners each week. This October and November at Potawatomi, Milwaukee. When you're ready to win, just say, "Show me the money." More info at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
The annual Catholic Memorial High School Open House is October 15th. If your family is interested in becoming part of the CMH tradition, make plans now to attend from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. Register at CatholicMemorial.net. As the only school awarded the Exemplary Award for Academic Excellence by the Archdiocese, find out how your student can achieve more at CMH. Tour the school, meet faculty, learn about all the clubs and extracurricular activities. Register today at CatholicMemorial.net. Catholic Memorial High School, where you rise.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Power Rankings Tuesday on a Thursday on Wilde and Tausch. Jesse and Tausch today with Jason on assignment for the remainder of the week. He'll be back on Monday, enjoying the Packers bye week. A couple extra days. 844-770-3776, the number to get into the show. So with the ESPN NFL Power Rankings this week, the Packers checking in at number 19. ESPN's NFL Nation was also asked to identify the biggest fantasy football surprise for each team. Mark Tauscher, fantasy football guru from your league where you draft entire teams to choose from.
Off to a sluggish start.
Who are your teams again this year?
The Chargers. We had a bye, so we're 2-2.
Yeah.
We're hovering right in the middle of the meat of the pack.
Got to turn things around pretty quick.
We'll try.
How do you do trades in that league, or do you not? No trades allowed.
Well, I actually traded. We had the 3 overall, and we traded down and got 8-9 on the snake.
So you can trade draft picks, but you can't trade players in the season. That's it.
Well, when players get traded.
Yeah, then what happens? Like
so
Chase
last
Claypool,
year, I think we had
what do you
San
do?
Fran and McCaffrey came over. We made a nice push. We ended up a little bit short, but JT, you draft the Colts. JT would have got traded. You're blank.
So you just have to give Jonathan Taylor to whoever has the
Taylor
Colts?
is on the Broncos. The Broncos now become a much better team.
It's a weird thing, but I love it. Anyway, so you, with your fantasy football expertise and knowing Rob Demovsky, ESPN Packers reporter, as well as you do, who do you think Rob selected as the biggest fantasy surprise for the Packers this year?
Has there been anybody that's done anything?
Well, let me give you a hint.
Is it Anders Carlson?
It is not Anders Carlson. Fantasy surprise does not have to be a positive thing.
Oh. I think you'd say A.J. Dillon's the most disappointing.
A.J. Dillon is who Rob Demovsky selects as the biggest fantasy surprise. In honor of Jason Wilde missing today's show, I now read on the radio Rob Domofsky's excerpt from the Power Rankings. This should have been Dylan's time to shine, with Aaron Jones dealing with a hamstring injury that has significantly limited his playing time. But through the first month of the season, Dylan hasn't delivered. He averaged just 2.8 yards per carry in the first 5 games of the season. On Monday night, Dylan showed improvement, registering his first touchdown of the season. 1 touchdown for A.J. Dillon and all the extra playing time that he's gotten, plus the goal line situations he's usually in for the Green Bay Packers. I agree he has been a major disappointment coming into this season.
I think from a fantasy standpoint, obviously, yes. I think
and not just a fantasy standpoint,
A.J.
like all
Dillon
around.
is who he is. Like I don't know what. I think he's a tough. He runs hard. Has he been as good as we all hoped? I would say he has not been. His rookie season probably was his best. I think he had that one big game against the Titans that we all got excited about. It was up at Lambeau. It was cold.
Sunday night game, yeah.
He will be, I think, better when the weather gets colder, but I think the idea of him being like your featured tailback, I don't think that's something that the Green Bay Packers really want. I think he has his role. I would say he has not been as good as people had hoped.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. I'm convinced of that.
He's still going to get opportunities.
Well, he's next in. Like, it's got to be him if it's not Aaron Jones, because Emmanuel Wilson just isn't the guy.
Well, I think Patrick Taylor's days are numbered. I don't think they're bringing him back. Yeah. He's going to get more opportunities. I'm not sold that he is who he is. He's a nice, complimentary back, but he is not Aaron Jones. He's not a home run hitter. And when you're playing running back in the league today, you need to be a home run hitter. That's what the league is looking for. That's not A.J. Dillon's strength. And even his strengths, he has not been as good. 20 touches the other night, I would have hoped we'd have seen more of those 10, 11-yard chunks. He's getting you 3 or 4 yards on a good carry. And on a bad carry, he's tripping and he's getting you 1 or 2. So as much as I love giving Domofsky grief, I can't push back. Then it goes back to, and I put this question out on Twitter, what has been offensively, who's surprised you, or what have you been happy about? Who's progressed?
Yeah, I think that's a fascinating question. So on the flip side of a fantasy surprise being a negative, there haven't really been any pleasant surprises.
So how can we look at it and say that we're fine with where we're at?
Well, hang on. Now, Jaden Reed, I think, has been a pleasant surprise.
Okay. Yeah.
And that stems from the preseason. Like, a pleasant surprise doesn't have to be something that comes out of nowhere in week 3. It can be someone that has progressed well since the start of training camp, right? Because Jaden Reed, I think, would fit the bill of it's been a pleasant surprise that he's been as involved and as consistent in the offense as he's been called upon. Anders Carlson has been a pleasant surprise.
For sure. I think you nailed the two that you could say. Because Romeo Doubs, he had the one, I think, really good game. And you know what? He had a hammy to start the season, missed the game, I believe. Didn't he miss the game down in Chicago? He played, but it was limited. I was expecting more from both him and Christian Watson. Not to say that they can't get there, but as we sit here right now, again, you can only go off of what I've seen. Jaden Reed has been a pleasant surprise. That's a very solid answer. He's been, I think, as good or if not better than what we anticipated. But Musgrave, Kraft.
Well, Musgrave had the game in Atlanta was a pleasant surprise. So if we're looking at, if you're saying overall through 5 games, I wouldn't say Musgrave, but individual performance, the Atlanta game, he was very good. The comeback against the Saints as a team in the fourth quarter,
so
Jordan Love
been what you expected through 5 weeks? Better or worse?
That's an interesting question.
Pull it.
Has Jordan Love been what you've expected through the first 5 weeks? I would say my gut instinct is to say no. He's not.
So what?
He's not what I expected him to be.
He's better than you thought or worse than you
thought? I expected more in the middle. And I think what we've seen is really good or really yuck. And there hasn't been much just he's new at this, learning, growing. Offense isn't necessarily working on all cylinders.
If I don't allow you to say poise and leadership, what are you saying his strengths are?
Leading the comeback against the Saints.
Lead is close to leadership.
But he made some. You know that he made some big plays in that
overall.
game.
No,
he's extended plays very well.
Okay.
We saw it against the Raiders. He had a nice scramble against the Raiders in the second half where he turned what looked like nothing into a big game.
As a quarterback, take leadership and poise, which are big components to being a good quarterback. What would be the words you describe with Jordan Love?
I've really liked him rolling out of the pocket and his play action. I think that's been a lot better than I expected it to be. So there's that.
Yeah, extending plays.
Okay.
I think what's hard about this request of yours is that
through 5 weeks, here's the poll I want Hunter or you to put up.
Yeah.
Through 5 weeks, has Jordan Love been better than you expected, worse than you expected, or exactly what you expected?
We will put that poll in the field during our commercial break here in just a moment. I love the question. I'm fascinated to see what the returns are on the Wilde and Tausch Twitter feed at Wilde and Tausch. I might post this on Facebook, too. I feel like we get some good responses
LinkedIn,
over there.
YouTube.
We'll, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to chime in on the comments. We'll review some of those as we continue throughout as well. 844-770-3776. You can text in your response as well. Jordan Love through 5 weeks at the bye. Better than you expected, worse than you expected, exactly what you expected.
I think exactly what you expected is going to win this because nobody really wants to. I don't think a lot of people are going to say better than expected.
But ironically, the moments he's been good, I would say better than expected. But the moments he's been bad, I'd say worse than expected. And the ultimate result is what I expected, which is inconsistent.
Talk about a word salad.
It's
you
hard.
Just word saladed it.
It's hard to pick this. I would say, if I'm following the Homer philosophy of judging young, inexperienced players by what they do best, his good moments have been better than I expected. I didn't think he was going to amount to anything as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I am pleasantly surprised that he has been really good in certain moments.
Yeah, that's where we disagree, and that's fine. I think if you came in with the notion that he was going to stink, I think you're going to say better than expected. If you thought he was going to be a good, average quarterback, has he been so far?
I don't think average is how I would describe Jordan Love. No. I would say he's had moments where he has been above average for what I expected coming into the season, and then there were games like the Raiders game and the Lions, certain moments of the Lions game where he wasn't good.
If the Packers had to give him a Daniel Jones contract extension today, the deadline is next Wednesday, are they doing it?
Yes, because they don't have another plan in place.
Maybe that's a better
maybe we could put both of these in the field. I want to ask it both ways. We'll get to that coming up. 844-770-3776. We'll get the poll in the field, start to check in on some of your responses to this question. We'll do that next as we continue on Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. If you're in the market for a full-size 8-passenger SUV, look no further than the Defender 130. And with the Defender 90, the 110, and this 130, there's luxury in the right size for everyone. And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
For a limited time, get 3.9% special APR rate for up to 60 months on new 2023 Defenders at Land Rover Waukesha. Go to LandRoverWaukesha.com.
Hi, this is Wayne Larrabee, the voice of Green Bay football. You know, fans count on me to make the right call every time, and I can continue to do that thanks to Summit Eye Care of Wisconsin. When my vision began to drift, my eye doctor said Summit Eye Care was the best place to go. Using the latest adjustable implants, the doctors at Summit were able to fine-tune my vision. In fact, my vision is now the best it's ever been. Summit Eye Care was the right call to help me see all the action on game days.
To schedule an appointment at one of their locations, visit summitiwi.com.
Hey, it's Kyle Walsh from KBN. Today is the day. We're going to be broadcasting the show from 2 until 5 at the all-new Who's on Layton. You know the Bud Lights will be flowing, and we want KBN Nation to join us. Who's on Layton is a classic American sports pub at 512 West Layton Avenue. Join Bruss, Brad, and me as we broadcast live from Who's on Layton with Bud Light. We'll be there starting at 2 p.m. Stop in for happy hour after work and say hi. Also, enjoy Bud Light at Jersey's in Milwaukee, Bowery in Franklin, and Coaches in Milwaukee.
UW Credit Union presents the Student Athlete of the Week, supporting local student athletes as they grow on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. UW Credit Union is here for every you. Learn more at uwcu.org. Here's Ashton Rotman with the UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week.
This week we have two UW Credit Union Student Athletes of the Week, Homestead High School football players Sam Nemke and Jackson Montgomery. In a huge contest last Friday night on the road, Homestead prevailed 10-0 against Cedarburg, and it was a pair of late-game heroics from our Student Athletes of the Week to seal the victory. In the fourth quarter, both Nemke and Montgomery came away with interceptions against Cedarburg. First, it was Nemke with just under 8 minutes remaining in the red zone to halt Cedarburg's drive to get within a score. And following him just a few minutes later was Montgomery with the pick in their own territory to help put the game away. Homestead gets the win, and they get the North Shore Conference title, the Highlanders' first division title since 2018. Congratulations to this week's UW Credit Union Student Athletes of the Week.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in Milwaukee. It's QC Kinetics, Advanced Regenerative Medicine. Hey, this is Brad Nortman. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, don't be so fast. Get a second opinion and learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. I'm talking long-lasting relief. QC Kinetics doesn't mask the pain. These treatments go to the very root of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue. Imagine living your life this fall with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, or your back, and with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Listen, life is about motion, and QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Call the local medical professionals and get a free consultation today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. Call 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Again, 414-285-3474.
'Tis the season for Toyland at Fleet Farm. The elves are stocking shelves with the hottest toys like Barbie, Lego, Hot Wheels, and more at unbeatable deals. Find a lower toy price and we'll beat it by 5%. Doors open at 7 a.m. Saturday, October 14th. Plus, the first 125 customers get a free toy tractor. Get unbeatable deals on the toys you want before they're gone. Fleet Farm, the store with everything you need for a very Merry Christmas. See store for details.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
The poll is in the field, and Tausch is already second-guessing it, it sounds like, saying, well, I don't know if we should have done it that
Listen,
way.
I know Wilde loves the nuance. I like getting psychologically inside fans' heads. I don't want a cop-out. I want you to say, this is how I feel right now. I mean, this isn't for the rest of the season. This is through 5 weeks. Better or worse? Now, we gave a cop-out, and that's going to end up being, I bet, 85, 90% of the answer.
Well, we'll find out. It's early in the poll. At Wilde and Tausch, so far this season, has Packers quarterback Jordan Love been better than you expected, worse than you expected, or exactly what you expected? So you think people are going to vote exactly?
I do.
I don't think people would be being honest if they vote exactly what you expected. Is he exactly what you expected? I know we expected ups and downs. We expected great moments and bad moments. I didn't expect the great to be as great and the bad to be as bad as what we've seen.
I've actually voted better than.
I did too.
I came in with the expectation that I wasn't sure. I had no clue. And by the way, nobody over there did either. What he was going to be able to do completion-wise and big plays and leadership and poise and all the things I said you can't use, those have been his strengths. His command of what he's doing, all of those things have been really good. And even though he threw up a complete clunker last week, turning the ball over, I think he's been better than I expected through 5 weeks. This team could easily be 3-2, could easily be 1-4. I get all that, but through 5 weeks, I love I love his approach. I think he's been more mobile, getting out of the pocket and picking up his rush yards. he's done a really good job of extending plays. There's been a lot of things to be very happy with when you're looking at Jordan Love.
So let me ask you this, because Gunner points this out at one of our first responses on the Twitter poll at Wilde and Tausch. There's been really good things, but also some really bad things. Not just his fault, but this is exactly what I thought would happen. A lot of ball game left. How do you factor in injuries on the offensive line that were unexpected coming in, or maybe expected in the case of Bakhtiari coming into the year? Aaron Jones not being a significant part of the offense. A.J. Dillon being a bit disappointing, like we just talked about in his role. The young receivers with Watson and Dobbs not at 100% through the first 5 games here. How do you factor all that in when assessing Jordan Love?
Yeah, that is what kind of helps me make the decision that to be happier, or he's been better than I expected, because I think we all thought really good O-line, really good running game, and that's going to make Jordan Love's job a lot easier. Well, the O-line hasn't been very good. The running game is one of the worst in the league, and that's Aaron Jones' unavailability has been a big part of that. So you're asking more of him. That makes me say, all right, how has he handled it? He's done okay. Could be better. So that definitely helps if you're doing a curve grading. It definitely gives you more leeway to say, okay, I understand why he's struggling a little bit. I understand a couple of the interceptions that he's thrown and under pressure. I mean, Detroit, he didn't have a chance. Last week, I think he had a better opportunity to do it. So you do factor all of those things in. And I think if you want to look at this season and why there's some discouragement, it is. We all thought that this O-line was going to be top-notch, and it has not been. And there's been injuries, obviously not having Elton for a vast majority of the season. There's a lot of factors to why this run game has been as bad as it's been. Aaron Jones's and Elton Jenkins not being available is a big part of that. But that is, I think, part of the grading curve of Jordan Love.
So a couple of responses coming in. Hunter, put this one from Nick in Port Washington back up on the video stream here. I want to be able to have everybody see this as we address it. 844-770-3776. Nick, I have periods where I learn something new where I'm good at first and then actually have a bit of regression because I have more information and a better idea of what I want to do, but isn't quite a routine yet, so I end up overthinking with all the new information I'm trying to use. Do you think...
Don't overthink it, Nick.
Well, and is Jordan Love potentially going through that right now as a starting quarterback? Where
For sure.
The first couple of weeks, it's let's just go out here and sling it, have some fun. That might have been what LaFleur even told him. Just go out there, have some fun. Let's throw it around, do your thing. Like, we're ready for it. Now, a couple of the games in, he's watching film in that quarterback room and trying to overcome some of the obstacles with the injuries on offense and you get that hope just like we did as fans where, 2-1, comeback win they weren't supposed to have here. Maybe there's something to this season. And he starts overthinking it a little bit. Could that be what's going on with Jordan Love?
That's all part of the deal. And, yeah, it's just like when young players don't have the scars that, when Joe Thomas joined us, the naivete is refreshing from young players. They don't know any better. Once you start doing it, again, this isn't Jordan's rookie year. He's been around. He's seen some of the pain, losing some games that you think you shouldn't. So, yeah, I think that's all part of the process of evolving as a quarterback is understanding it. There's going to be more pressure as you continue. The mistakes that he's getting the aw shucks from certain people, those go away. Now you don't have any excuses. You have Aaron Jones. You have your line. You're now in start 10, 11, 12. It's time for you to show us where you're at. And right now, he's still getting a lot of runway, from myself included, because if you look at this and say, this is a fourth-year quarterback, and this is what he's put up, I wouldn't be overly impressed. But when you factor all of that in, that's why I'm still saying I've been pleasantly surprised.
So I wanted to read this response next for you. It addresses exactly that. Brandon on Twitter, definitely worse than I thought, and he's getting worse. Dude looks like a rookie who was drafted 7 months ago.
Dude looks like a rookie.
Dude looks like
I wanted
a
to sing.
rookie.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time of the week that I sing.
Yeah, you got a bye week this week for the Academy. Been practicing, learning, and studying with a Hall of Fame quarterback, throwing to NFL players, learning from NFL coaches for 4 years, and he stinks overall.
Brandon, here's what I would say back to you. Listen, I understand your point of view, but it's one thing watching somebody else do it, It's another thing when Max Crosby's breathing down your neck and you have to make a play. And you have to understand when the ball needs to come out, how the protection's breaking down, what you need to do. And I think Jordan has actually handled that piece of it well. As far as the interceptions, the one was you can't have it. Other one, he tried to fit a ball into a tight window. He needs to clean that up. But young players, I just keep coming back to Peyton Manning threw 28 picks his rookie season. 28 picks, and he's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Brandon in Tulsa on the text line, as you're seeing on the video stream right now on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. If you put high expectations on the youngest team in the league, that's on you. Saying you're not interested in how young they are, they should win anyway, is just an entitled mentality. Entitled town. Brandon in Tulsa.
So here's what I would say to Brandon in Tulsa, and I appreciate Brandon. Love the fact he's from Oklahoma. Want to get there. It's a state I have not been.
He's sick of mowing his lawn this time of year.
Yeah, it's tough. Tough deal, Brandon. We're going to be getting a ton of rain here. I agree that you should have different expectations, but you should also not sit here and have no expectations. Like, then what are we doing? If you can't beat bad teams, that means you're a bad team. Then you have to start wondering, well, do we have the right guys? That's part of the process. It's not just, oh, shucks, they're young, they're going to make mistakes. Yeah, they do all that. But then you still have to see, okay, well, they're making mistakes, but they're bouncing back from them. They're getting better. They're not making the same mistake in week 2 that they make in week 5. That's what you got to look for. It can't just be, well, if you have high expectations, shame on you. I don't have expectations of this team winning a Super Bowl. I think that they're a borderline playoff team. And if that's where they end up, so be it. But if it's just this and we see more of what we saw on Monday, you're going to be okay with that, Brandon? I don't think you are.
844-770-3776. Keep the responses coming on the Wilde and Tausch Talk and text line, 844-770-3776. We have the poll posted on Twitter at Wilde and Tausch. I got it on the Facebook page,
I think
too.
I want you to preemptively poll. I don't want to do it today. I want to be able to have those results for tomorrow about the conch, because that's more, I'm looking for something more concrete.
Sure.
Something more concrete.
We haven't done a good PP in a while, a preemptive poll.
Preemptive poll, and if you preemptively need and say, man, my shower, not great. My bath, not great. You need to think about updating your bath or shower. My friends at Kohler Services will get it done. Kohler Services, local end-to-end bath and shower design and remodel service, brought to you by Kohler, a family-owned business in Wisconsin. For 150 years, Kohler is the only manufacturer offering fast professional installation and care for life. You can start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com. Request a free quote. Tell them Old T sent you in. Again, go to KohlerServicesWI.com.
We'll continue to check your responses to this question on Twitter. Jordan Love, better, worse, or exactly as expected 5 games into this Packers season. At some point, we also have to get to the world's worst survivor pool. Gosh, that thing, Jason's not here today.
Just wait, I won. What are you talking about? I won the pool.
Well, do you want to keep going, or do we reset it? This is why it's the world's worst survivor pool.
You don't get to re-engage. Survivor pool is survivor. I'm surviving. Y'all are dead.
It wasn't supposed to be over by October 12th.
We'll tell you guys that. You pick San Francisco or Philly, and you'd still be in it. I haven't even picked either of those teams yet.
Then I guess we're not doing the survivor pool. The tribe has spoken. We'll review your responses next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. What are bye weeks good for? Learning a new recipe.
Next step is to fold in the cheese.
What does that mean? What does fold in the cheese mean?
Catching up on that TV show.
Previously on Hard Knocks.
Going for a run.
All right, what happened? Would you lose him? He's a freak. He's a basket.
We both know what your bye week will be spent doing.
Targeted 10 times to 4.
17 points.
Yeah, you give up 17 points, you win the game. Yep, check the NFL.
So do it with us. 94.5 ESPN.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Announcing the former All-Star Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek. And the former John Paul's Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters. Greg Cunis was recently named Time Magazine's Wisconsin Automotive Dealer of the Year. Plus, Cunis dealerships have been awarded Top 100 Best in the U.S. by the Automotive News the past 9 years. Our mission is to bring the Cunis Auto Group's unequaled customer satisfaction and service to our friends in the greater Milwaukee area. Cunis Milwaukee Buick GMC stores have the area's largest pre-owned car, truck, and SUV inventory with over 3,000 vehicles available on lot or online and always at a price and payment you can afford. And all new and pre-owned Cunis vehicles come with our exclusive no-fear lifetime warranty coverage at no extra charge. So buy like a champion at the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek, 7020 South 27th Street, or Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, 3615 South 108th Street. Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters.
Greetings, ESPN listeners. This is Matt Anderson with Maddie's Bar and Grill in New Berlin. I want to personally thank everyone for making our 25th summer amazing. The Big Backyard at Maddie's hosted over 100 catered parties and live music events, and we are just getting warmed up as we turn the corner into another great Wisconsin sports season. Our 18-foot LED wall, combined with Maddie's signature hospitality, culinary and spirits expertise, and amazing space makes this your ultimate destination for all things sports this fall. I'll see you when I'm looking at you.
When you need electrical service, choose the company other companies call. Current Electric has been energizing and illuminating lives in the southeastern Wisconsin area since 1983. They have earned the trust of businesses like Bauer Sign and Lighting, Midas, and Take 5 Car Wash. With 40 years of 5-star service under their belt, they are sure they can earn your trust too. Whether you need residential or commercial work completed or are interested in solar or generators, call the superheroes at Current Electric. Visit callcurrent.com.
All you have is one chance after an accident, one decision on who to call, one shot to get the help you need. Don't waste it on the one offer you get from your insurance company. Make the one call to Gruber Law Offices. It's the only one you'll need to make. Call us today. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, a group of doctors I trusted with my knee surgery. The pain was real and options were important. My experience with each doctor was thorough, the appointments were timely, always close and easy access to the building. My mom felt the same way, I know, when she went there for her physical therapy appointments at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. I trusted their surgical team for my knee surgery, and I know they'll take care of you the way they did my mom and me. Make an appointment at orthowisconsin.com.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Should've known by the way you passed me by. There was something in your eyes and it wasn't right.
844-770-3776 is the ESPN Wisconsin talk and text line. Has Jordan Love been better, worse, or exactly what you expected through 5 games of the NFL season? Want your responses to that question as we continue on here on Wilde and Tausch. Jesse and Tausch today. By the way, I'm going to lock in my survivor pick, Tausch.
You were eliminated week 1.
I am going to take the...
Well, no, first off, if we're going to do this, you write it down, you put it up to the camera.
Well, I didn't. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to do it then. I'll do it later.
Okay.
Because I don't have a pen to write.
You know you got eliminated week 1.
Week 1, yeah. Which is just the worst. Like, I really wanted to have fun with that this year.
It's a fun little game.
The question in poll form on Twitter so far this season is Packers quarterback Jordan Love been better than you expected, worse than you expected, or exactly what you expected? We are closing it on 200 votes, and this has only been in the field for a few minutes, so that's pretty good. Tausch, you said 80% exactly what you expected?
I think there's going to be a little bit of a cop-out.
How about 70% exactly what you expected?
I would like it to be about 50, but then it'd be 25-25. So I just really want to get a gauge as far as where people's expectations were and how Jordan has either lived up to them or not. The fact that you and I both are, he's been better than I thought, maybe that says we had really low expectations coming in, which I did. I did. Because we didn't know. And Jordan Love had sat for a long time. I have been really impressed with a lot of things that he does. There's still a lot of things that are big-time questions. But I think all in all, I've been pleasantly surprised.
Well, here's a surprise in the polling. Now, 70% saying exactly what I expected. Maybe that, is what you expected. 21% worse than I expected, which means only 9% of fans so far in our poll on Twitter at Wilde and Tausch, or X, whatever. Better than I expected. Less than 10% of fans so far saying Jordan Love has been better than they expected, which we both say. Where's the disconnect there?
Yeah, I think it's the prisoner of the moment, and he hasn't been very good the last 3 weeks. He has not been better than what he was those first 2 weeks. Those have been his best games. Obviously, that fourth quarter against the New Orleans Saints, he played at a high level. But 3 quarters before that, it was bad. Last game, bad. Detroit, till you fell way behind, bad. That's where it's at.
Jane in Wanakee, as you see on our video stream right now, text in at 844-770-3776. We got excited and hopeful when he played well in 2 games, so the expectations got a little high.
I agree with Jane.
For a first-year starter.
Yeah.
He needs time. They all need time. But no, Tausch, I am not okay with the quality of play. It's exactly what I expected.
Okay.
That summarizes it pretty well.
I don't think any fan should be sitting here, and that's why I was as strong as I was on Tuesday and throughout the rest of this week. I don't think any of us should just sit here and say, growing pains, youth, all this. That wasn't the case. That just was bad football. That wasn't and mistakes and youthfulness and all that happens. But that was just bad ball by this offensive team, and I understand looking back at the first 2 games, did that raise my expectations? Yeah, it did, for sure. Is that on me? No. We should want our athletes to have higher expectations, and we shouldn't say it's okay to throw 3 picks and to kind of stink up the joint in Las Vegas. I don't know why as a fan base are we just like, yep, that's cool. I'm good with that.
And I think that's the difference in the mentality of Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers right now, or Anthony Richardson when healthy and the Colts, versus Jordan Love. If you're a rookie quarterback and you're just thrown to the wolves, the mistakes will happen. Jordan Love's been in the league for 4 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Like he shouldn't be compared to those guys.
Same plays, same verbiage.
We heard Evan Cohen say that earlier when he joined us. Like one thing he has in common with, and not to say he has the same skill set, but Brady, Mahomes, Rodgers, they all waited. And they had time to be groomed behind other starters.
In position to succeed?
Yes. Outside of the injuries this year, yes.
So Jason and I, that's where we fundamentally disagree, is he thinks because of the lack of veterans, he's been put in a position to fail. I totally disagree with him on that.
844-770-3776. Do you want to talk to Ron in the key, Tausch? It's up to you.
Sure, put Ron on.
Usually when I'm producing, I eliminate Ron before he's able to get this far. But
I'm sure Ron's got a great point. Let's hear what he's got.
Good morning.
Be ready to click him off.
Ron in the key. You're on Wilde and Tausch with Jesse and Tausch. How you doing, Ron?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm sure Ron has a good point. Get ready to click him off. Respect, Tausch.
It's pretty good.
So a couple things. First of all, as someone who works in survey industry, that's a flawed question because you don't know whether their expectations were good or bad to begin with. But them being better or worse than their expectations doesn't really give you data. That said, the data we
middle
have
finger, Ron,
is that
blink off, Ron.
He's bad. He's one drive where bad throws generated pass interferences from them being 1-4. Those weren't back shoulder throws that caused PIs. They were underthrown balls that got lucky to get 80 yards of pass interference. He is bad. He's shown us it. Believe what your eyes are showing. Okay, so then before I leave you to your amazing show, I want to ask Tausch 2 questions that he has insight that the rest of us wouldn't do.
Okay.
Or wouldn't have, sorry.
Is it about parallel parking?
No, No. Is as a pro at the level that you were, after a game where you lost, is it more a sleepless night for you in a game where you're like, darn it, I didn't do something that if I would have done, we would have won, or where you didn't get to do it? So, like, did 4th and 26, which I refer to as 4th and 1, where you guys absolutely should have got to run that ball, that was the biggest thing. Was that more of a sleepless night for you, or was there a night where you're like, darn it, I didn't block that guy? Which one hurts you more?
No.
And then the second question is,
continue.
Do teams get false reads because of who they practice against? Like, do you think do we get a false read in our practice that our run defense is good because it has defended A.J. Dillon, or vice versa? Like, I know obviously you get game, but the people you're going against most are the 11 wearing the same jerseys that you do. And I'm just curious if that can give you, like, false reads.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Jordan can complete all these passes because he's playing against Joe Barry's dumb back off 12 yards off the line of scrimmage defense in practice.
Well, if you remember, they didn't complete a ton of passes in training camp. Defense, it seemed like one every day up there. So that great call, Ron. I think we could say that was a great call by Ron.
Yeah, outside of criticizing our poll question.
That's fair. I'm totally open to good, fair criticism. Two things. Do you get evaluated in practice? Yes. Do you maybe overvalue your guys? Sure. But preseason football, and obviously you see it, you don't see the same amount of judgment in preseason football as you used to because you're judging it off of going against 3s and 4s because a lot of first and even second string guys now aren't playing a ton. So I think you try to get the best off of going good on good, 1-on-1, 1 versus 1. That's how they try and get it. So offensive tackles, let's see how you block Rashawn Gary and Kingsley Enagbare in comparison to somebody that got cut. That's how they evaluate that. And as far as losses, the biggest thing for me was always games that we should have won, that we played better in, and we didn't win. 4th and 26 at the top of that list. The 2008 NFC Championship game, I always say it's not even in the same book because that game, the Giants played better than we did. So it always comes back to, did I feel like we put our best out there and did we find a way to not win it? Just like I'm sure the guys that played on that 014 championship game feel the same way. You're going to have those because you feel like you deserved it and you earned it. The other ones, you have to be willing to accept, hey, man, we're going to get beat. Sometimes I always forget this saying. Sometimes the dog's got the gun. Sometimes the gun's got the dog. How does that go?
I've never heard it, but that's not it.
No, sometimes you got the gun, sometimes the dogs. There's an old saying. Hunter will look it up and phrase it for me.
Sometimes you bite the...
No, there's something about a gun and a dog. We'll have to figure that out. I don't know it for sure. But, yes.
I don't like that at all.
When you have a loss like they had on Monday, you feel disgusted with yourself. And that's why you have extra team meetings, because you know that you should have won that game. You got it?
Well, I found one that says, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
That's it. Yeah.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
Flips.
It's not even close.
No,
That's
it's
a
very
rabbit, not a dog.
No,
and
it's
not
a dog.
That was not
flipped.
it at all.
But it's flipped. It's flipped. You know what?
Sometimes Fortria's got
there you go. I was wondering how you
got Fortria.
I was wondering how you're going to get me there. There you go. If you're looking for a little extra spending cash, Fortria has you covered. Right now, I have a couple of different studies for you to pick up some extra spending cash. Healthy adults ages 18 to 60 with a BMI of 18 to 32. Study involves 2 stays with 15 nights total. You can make yourself $13,820 for your time. You can receive another $300 per qualified participant. They also have a trial. Healthy males and females ages 18 to 55, with females being of non-childbearing potential. That body mass index needs to be between 18.5 and 32. That study, 1 stay of 9 nights. You make yourself a quick $4,055. Go to FortriaClinicalTrials.com. That's Fortria, Fortrea, ClinicalTrials.com.
More of your responses to this question about expectations for Jordan Love. Has he met them? Is he better, worse, or exactly what you expected after 5 weeks of the Packers season? season. That's to come in the 11 o'clock hour, plus Hunter Vaughn, his specialty, Tausch. I know you love it. Blind resumes. Hunter's prepared another exercise for us. So we'll play that still to come. And, oh no, we haven't played trivia yet. Could it be after 1 week of a disastrous finish last week?
It was a disaster for sure.
Sometimes you got to get back on the horse.
Sometimes the rabbit's got the ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun.
We're back in 2 minutes. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Bucks basketball is back. A new era tips off with Coach Griffin at the helm, alongside returning favorites and exciting new additions. It's Dame time, Milwaukee. Don't miss a moment of the action. From the electrifying slam dunks to the roar of 18,000 fans, all unfolding live at Fiserv Forum. Secure your seats now. Visit bucks.com/tickets and join us for an unforgettable season of Bucks basketball. There's a seat waiting for you at Fiserv Forum. Secure yours now at bucks.com/tickets.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
The Saganiac Planning Marquette Conference Championship moment. The last Marquette Warriors were Great Midwest Conference champions. 1994, 10-2, 2 games better than St. Louis and UAB, 3 games better than the always tough Cincinnati and Bob Huggins, including a huge 1-point win at Cincinnati. And even more greatness made the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tourney. McIlvain, Key, Eford, Logdeman, Miller, McCaskill, Pieper, Abraham, and Crawford. 1994 Warriors champions. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service, is looking for a new team member. Apply now if you're a passionate salesperson, an entrepreneurial spirit, great presenter and problem solver. Help companies make important decisions regarding their employee benefit needs. We offer a strong compensation package and, of course, a top-notch employee benefit package. Don't miss out on this rare opportunity to become a part of Saganiac Planning. Call Big Papa John Saganiac Sr. 262-783-6161. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service.
You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Tausch, Jesse and Tausch today with Jason Wilde on a bye for the next 2 days.
Sure.
Just like the Packers are. He's on a bye. Be back on Monday. Some fun guests scheduled to appear tomorrow and on Monday. Can't wait to tell you all about that coming up in a little bit. But first, we are reviewing our poll question on Twitter at Wilde and Tausch. For those of you just joining us, we stumbled our way into this one after we were reviewing the power rankings a little bit earlier in the show. And it is a fascinating question, which is garnering some fascinating results thus far on the Twitter poll at Wilde and Tausch. So far this season, has Packers quarterback Jordan Love been better than you expected, worse than you expected, or exactly what you expected? Closing in on 300 votes now, Old T. It's dwindled a little bit in favor of exactly. It's down to 66%.
Okay.
So 2/3 of Packers fans voting in this poll, exactly what I expected. Worse is up to 23%. So the voting has shifted. More people are saying worse than I expected. Almost a quarter of Packers fans are voting that way.
The key effect must be.
Better than I expected, only 11%.
So would you, if you could, I know that these are rookie quarterbacks. If you're Brian Gutekunst or you're Jesse Nelson or you're Johnny Q Packer fan, would you rather have Stroud, Bryce Young, Jordan Love? Who are you picking?
Bryce Young is undersized. That was the knock on him coming out, and I don't like that, and he's already been banged up, I think, to show it a little bit.
Or Richardson. So if we pulled this, and we're not going to pull this one, but if we did those four, I think I would take Stroud 1, probably Richardson 2, Jordan Love 3.
Wow.
Bryce Young 4.
I'm actually going to say Jordan Love 1.
Okay.
Because...
Have you watched the Houston Texans?
I have.
Okay.
And maybe the Texans have set up C.J. Stroud for success. Ohio State quarterbacks have traditionally not fared well in the National Football League, unless you include Joe Burrow, who never actually played for Ohio State, but was there, recruited, and then transferred to LSU. But looking back on the history of Ohio State quarterbacks, I don't think that they've fared well, and I think we're seeing that play out with Justin Fields in Chicago.
The reason I would go with 2 of those 3 is strictly financial. Stroud, I think, again, small sample size. Packer fans can't possibly tell me that that Jordan Love has looked better than Stroud. He hasn't. Now, I know, who's watched the Texans game? You see stats. You can see what he's done with that football team, and that team. Well, and this is the part again. Correct me and help me. Maybe there's more talent in Houston than there is in Green Bay on offense. Maybe the big thing that all of us that are responding in this poll and evaluating Jordan Love are looking at this and saying, you guys are all overinflating how good the rest of this offense is. Are we asking Jordan Love to make chicken blank out of chicken blank? That's really the question you have to ask yourself.
You mean both blanks there?
I don't think he is, but I might be in the minority on that. Maybe I am overvaluing what this Packers offense has, because when you take D-Bach out of the equation, your left tackle spot's not nearly as secure. You take Aaron Jones out of the equation, which you have for the vast majority, the running game is bunk. So when you start and then you have all these young wideouts, maybe I have overinflated that, and maybe that's why Stroud down in Houston, Richardson's been getting hurt a lot. So I'm going to change mine. I'm going Jordan Love 2. And then I'm going to go 3 and 4 with the others. But I would have to, after 5 weeks, look at this and say Stroud would be in a better spot.
So some of the responses coming in, I want to go to Facebook, because we got a lot of Facebook responses that always roll in, and I feel like we neglect that audience sometimes. I want to get to some of those responses. We asked the exact same poll question as we did on the Twitter feed over here on the Facebook page. So Pete, can Jordan Love just go out on the practice field with 2 receivers for about 2 hours and just ad-lib and fire passes on a rope? Do they practice? I find it hard to believe that an NFL quarterback and receiver can't get on the same page after all this practice.
Can they? Yeah, why can't they? Do it.
I think Pete's embellishing a point that for all the practice that Jordan Love has had in training camp reps, in preseason reps, for all this time, going back to last year with Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, how highly they've talked about him, you get to a game situation and nobody's on the same page.
Yeah,
what's happening?
I think the Romeo Doubs question, do you feel great about Romeo Doubs as a wideout right now?
I think he's a solid 2. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's dependable, I think.
I like Romeo. He had obviously the bad drop. I still think he's going to get better and better.
He's a different skill set, but just like depth chart player-wise, he reminds me of Lazard. Like he shouldn't be a 1, but I think he can be a dependable 2.
Okay.
That's what I think of Romeo Doubs. Don't ask more of that than him. Otherwise, you're going to be in a poor situation.
All right.
Some of the other responses here. Mike on Facebook has one of those little diamonds that says he's a top fan. There you go, Mike. Anyone that watched training camp is getting exactly what they expected. What we're seeing is what he is, in reference to Jordan Love.
Is that good enough?
Based on how Jason talked about what he saw on the training camp sidelines in July and August, I would say no, it is not good enough.
Gosh, and this is why I really was hoping that this team and Jordan are going to play really well. And because this bye week, you have so much time to evaluate and spend on what happened. That drive at the end of the half was so important. And again, things will move, and we're going to be playing the Denver Broncos next week, and that will change the conversation. But when you have what we saw, that narrative is now what that narrative is. Had he went down and led us to a touchdown, the complete narrative of that game changes. And is that right? No, it's probably not. But it's the reality of NFL football, playing quarterback. And as Matt LaFleur told Jason, that's what people write about and talk about because that's what it's so important. And maybe that is where Jordan Love's at. But right now, I think he has to evaluate, and they have to evaluate, what can we do to help make Jordan Love a better player? What that answer is running the football. How do you get better at it? Get Aaron Jones back. Is it as simple as that? Man, I hope so.
You want to talk to Ed in Virginia on the talking text line, or should we go to... Yeah, sure, let's go to Ed in Virginia. Ed, 844-770-3776. Welcome to Wilde and Tausch. Ed, what do you got on Jordan Love? Better, worse, or exactly what you expected?
It would have made me really sad had Tausch said, no, let's not talk to him. So I would...
It's a bold way to start, Ed.
I love that Ed just put it out there, man. Yeah, you put it out there. You're on board, Ed. Go for it.
I would say both. I mean, part of it was I don't think I understood how horrible the Bears were going into that game. But after the first two games, I was really impressed. And then the next three games, I mean, they've just been such a letdown with offenses in the first quarter. I can't remember which one it was where they had like 5 yards. It was almost like you couldn't have imagined they could do that badly. But my worry for Jordan has always been whether or not he has the head to do it. And I think of the qualities that Wilde kind of likes about him. I'm not sure that puts him in the head of a great quarterback. Like, part of what made Aaron Rodgers so great is when people complained about Aaron. If someone were to complain about Aaron after a couple games, I think Aaron's reaction would generally be, who the hell cares what this blank
off
thing?
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas I don't see Jordan doing that. And I think that's my worry for him, is that he's just too nice of a guy, and he's going to have things get into his head that are not going to make it so that he can be elite. I think, he might be, he might turn out to be really good and stuff, but I'm just not sure he has the head to be elite.
That's an interesting take, Ed. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call. We appreciate that. Tausch, what do you think of that from Ed in Virginia?
You want to have some dog in you. There's no doubt about that.
For the record, Jason's not here. I would imagine he would disagree with what Ed is assessing there. He would say that Jordan is poised and a leader, and in that locker room he has everyone's respect.
Ed wasn't saying that. I think that's the part that Jason likes and Ed likes. I think what he's asking is, does he have that blank you mentality? Like, I don't care what you write. I don't care that this is the case. And I don't know if he has that. I want that in my quarterback too. And I think Jordan Love has shown, whether it's running and picking up a first down, running somebody over, that's the kind of stuff that you're like, I would disagree with that. I think he hasn't been put in position really to show it, because has he had much criticism? Not really.
I'd say he's been criticized since the minute he was drafted. And the idea of him has been criticized more than he himself has been criticized.
And who picked him, I don't think anybody has been, well, Jordan loves this. It was more...
Well, I mean, I sat in Hunter's chair saying I don't think he's any good.
What he even looks like, because you never saw him.
But we saw him in preseason. We heard what people said about him, and I knew enough to assert that I didn't think he'd be any good. He's been better than I thought.
At this point, I don't think you could sit here and say, well, he hasn't shown any dog. I think he has. He's run people over. He's been criticized for not sliding. That's the part of the competitive fire that you love. He's brought his team back from 17 down. There's been some stuff. I don't need my quarterback to be a complete J-Wad. I don't. I want him to be a bold leader that people want to succeed with. And I don't think there's any question the guys in that locker room want to succeed with him. They want to follow him. They want him to lead. And I think he has showcased that part of his game. I don't think anybody could argue. Now, whether or not he's going to be good enough, accurate enough, those are your questions.
Dave and Aaron, well played. He needs a little dog, maybe a little gun in him. 844.
I don't know how there's a reason that because I've been trying to piece that together for like 2 or 3 weeks, And
you
I
spent 2 to 3 weeks
yeah,
on that?
I mean, just because
sipping his Tito's. I wonder how that goes.
So many times, like that quote makes sense with what's going on with the Green Bay Packers. And I wanted to bring it up, but I always thought it was something about a dog. And your statement with the rabbit, it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. That's what I was looking for. But I never thought rabbit. I always thought dog.
Are you thinking of the quote that says it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog?
It was a gun with a rabbit.
Oh, my goodness.
Hunter has it. I mean, he just went through it. But
it wasn't even close to what you were saying, which makes me think there's something else.
And that's why, this is what I was thinking. That's why I struggled with it, is because I was a little further off the beaten path than maybe I thought I was.
Maybe another Tito's you would have been able to establish what that quote was, actually, when you were contemplating fireside in your recliner chair.
Oh, indeed. Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batched cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 to enter. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
So here's how the rest of the show is going to go. Hunter Vaughn's going to lead us in a game of blind resumes, one of our favorite games that we get to play when Hunter steps into as the cousin sub of the day producing the show. We're going to do that next. Fun category. I heard what it is. It's going to be good.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. From the tee box to the green and everything golf-related in between.
Who's number one?
Max.
Yeah, Max Homa's number one. It's not even close, right?
On the tee with Gabe Neitzel and Steven Watson.
Just because he's been so open and honest already, you get a couple drinks in that guy, like, how open is he going to be?
On the tee with Gabe and Steven. Presented by Wisconsin Golf Trips. Tuesday night at 6, right here on 94.5 ESPN. And available with Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batched cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
All right, Team Pella, listen up.
Thanks, John Kuhn. Customers love our products with limited lifetime warranties. Check out these big plays. Incredible innovations like blinds and shades between the glass.
No interference on that play, Coach.
And stylish windows with hidden screens that make game days a breeze.
Can it get any better?
It can. With monthly payments as low as $19 per window, $75 per patio door, and a free quote at PellaWI.com.
Let's go.
6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See show for details. Offers on 10/31/2023.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the 4-day super sale, October 13th through the 16th, and get 40% off paints and stains with prices starting at $26.69. That means 40% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 40% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and it's mid-October. Are you ready to make some money? It's $99 this weekend all the way through Monday. Go to FatJackSports.com, and before the NBA season starts, make money for as little as $99. Want to spend less than that per week? Get all the plays through the Super Bowl, and it's about $60 a week. Now is the time to add basketball and save even more. Go to FatJackSports.com, get signed up today, and win money betting the games. That's FatJackSports.com, FatJackSports.com.
The annual Catholic Memorial High School Open House is October 15th. If your family is interested in becoming part of the CMH tradition, make plans now to attend from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. Register at CatholicMemorial.net. As the only school awarded the Exemplary Award for Academic Excellence by the Archdiocese, find out how your student can achieve more at CMH. Tour the school, meet faculty, learn about all the clubs and extracurricular activities. Register today at CatholicMemorial.net. Catholic Memorial High School, where you rise.
Sweetest Day is coming up, and we want to make sure you're equipped to make that special someone in your life extra happy with the Welke Sweetest Day giveaway on 94.5 ESPN.
Go on. I'm listening.
From now through October 20th, head to WelkeSweetestDay.com to register for your chance to win a Sweetest Day prize pack.
Ooh, this could be interesting.
A bouquet of flowers from Welke's Milwaukee florist and a $50 Benson's gift card could be yours to share. Just go to...
Hold on, honey. I got this part. That's WelkeSweetestDay.com for full contest details.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Baby, just a little loco, like boats in Acapulco. I'm just riding the wave. Baby, just a little loco.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to read this text before we do our blind resume game with Hunter Vaughn, and in is our cousin sub of the day producing Jesse and Tausch today.
Better judgment?
You'll find out once I read it. Jim on the south side. How about no trivia today or tomorrow and triple trivia Monday
Jimmy,
when Jason's back?
I like where Jimmy's head's at.
It's a terrible idea. Terrible. I'm not opposed to double trivia tomorrow.
Double trivia, I kind of want to try to see if we can rebound from our really, really poor performance.
At end of show?
Yeah, at end of show.
Okay.
So,
they say, like with Jordan Love, you got to get back on the horse, have a short memory.
Yeah,
Instead of letting it linger, let's get back out.
That's why I wish the Packers were playing this weekend for a couple of reasons. We haven't had a Sunday game in forever. Yeah. And when you lose a game like that, you don't want to sit and fester. Not like your mac and cheese where you let it fester for 2 weeks.
Musty Mac.
Get back on the deal.
All right, Hunter Vaughn, one of his specialties when he steps in to produce this show, whether I'm here or not, is leading us in a game of blind resumes.
I've always enjoyed this game from Hunter, and whenever Hunter's producing, I'm always excited because we have a very, very good producer.
Yeah,
and he brings this game to it too.
Yep. Hunter, what is the category that you'll lead us in the blind resumes for today?
I went with NFL head coaches through the first 4 years of their career. Now, we're turning it back, too, on this. All the way back to the furthest back I went was the 70s.
Oh, good Lord.
So we've got a wide window.
So we just say we would prefer this or we would not like this.
And guess who they are. And
gotcha.
I like comparing to Matt LaFleur, whether you would take this or not.
Not many people are going to match up with Matty Ice.
Oh, let's find out. Hunter, take it away.
This first coach won 52% of his games, or he went 32-29 and 1-2 in the playoffs. And I'll even give you guys a hint. His first 4 years of coaching, it was the early 2000s.
Okay, say that again. 32-29,
1-2 in the playoffs.
Oh,
it's not as good as LaFleur.
Started his coaching career in the early 2000s.
Oh, is it Andy Reid?
It's not. I almost put him on here, but he's not on here.
Because I know they sucked in the playoffs for a while in Philadelphia. Dang. Okay.
1-2 in the playoffs.
So he's an active head coach as well.
Oh, are all of these coaches active?
No. Not all of them are. This
one was in the 70s.
Fair point.
50 years ago.
Fair point. Belichick?
No. This was Ron Rivera, current Commanders head coach.
What?
Who was he coaching in 2000?
Carolina. He started in 2002, I think it was.
Don Capers was there.
Well,
I don't remember the exact year, but he was
but that's 2000. Anyway. That's Ron Rivera's resume.
I think Ron Rivera's time is
Riverboat Ron.
Yeah, he's not Riverboat Ron anymore. And once he punted down 14 in the Super Bowl, with like 8 minutes left. I say you can no longer be Riverboat Ron. You can be like ferry, like riding a ferry Ron. But you can't be Riverboat Ron anymore.
Bingo Hall Ron.
Yeah, bingo, like a nice game of canasta. You can't be Riverboat Ron. I was at the game, and I'm literally, what the hell are you doing? There's 8 minutes left
in the Super Bowl.
You're punting. You're down 14. You ain't no Riverboat Ron this.
All right, who we got next?
Next, this coach coached in the 80s. He won 73% of his games in the first 4 years.
Very good.
3 division titles. He did lose in the divisional round and a conference championship game.
And I'm going to say Bill Walsh.
Time-traveling Matt LaFleur.
No.
I have no idea who it was.
Bill Walsh.
Okay, I'll go Bill Walsh.
It was not Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
He did also win a Super Bowl, but I felt like it would give it away.
George Seifert.
No. Mike Ditka.
Ditka. Okay. That's pretty good. I didn't realize he was that successful that early when he took over the Chicago Bears.
I mean, it helps when you have the greatest running back of all time.
It's true. So, okay, Ditka versus LaFleur.
If you get one Super Bowl, all's forgiven.
So
Ditka got one. Had Ditka not won a Super Bowl, they would be crushing him because they had those great defense. Matter of fact, most people are looking, why did you not win more than one? But does that stop them from celebrating and having all these old guys back at car shows and everything else? No, because the Bears were starving for one, just like Holmgren. Holmgren does get castigated for not winning 2, but you still are revered for winning the 1. Ditka should have won a 2, but the fact that the Bears had taken forever to get one, they'll forgive him because he got that one.
What's fascinating is if sports talk the way we do it today existed, if columnists existed today the way that in the 70s when Ditka took over, the way that they do today, I wonder if the same conversation about Matt LaFleur would be had about Ditka. Does that make sense?
Well, I
kind of stumbled over that.
Coach K would not have lasted in today's environment because he stunk his first 3 or 4 years at Duke. And then all of a sudden he stunk until he didn't. Allowed for growth. You allowed for not
growth
that
and failure.
Growth.
Yeah. What's next, Hunter?
Next, this is the oldest coach that I went back on. He won 73% of his games in the 70s.
Ditka.
Went 2-3 in the playoffs. And won 3 division titles.
Any championships?
Eventually, yes.
John Madden.
You got it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
He went 38, 12, and 6.
He was viewed very similarly to like a Matt LaFleur or Steve Mariucci. He won a ton, couldn't get by the Steelers. And then he got his butt hauled off the field in a big old championship and then became obviously a great broadcaster, video game guru, everything else. But it all comes back to you can lose, you can have a tough spot. Marty Schottenheimer, not viewed the same way, never got over the hump. Great NFL football coach. Marty Schottenheimer, great coach. Doesn't get the flowers because he didn't get it done. Should have with Cleveland, should have with the Chargers, didn't. I hope Matt LaFleur is going to be more John Madden-esque than he is going to be Marty Schottenheimer.
So let's do one more, Hunter. I love your polo, by the way, Star Wars polo.
Thank you.
It's a good
Got
one.
it from our teammate Matt Hamilton.
That's a good one. All right, one more for the blind resumes.
Oh, Matt Hamilton from Jim Rutledge and Matt Hamilton Show.
Full name guy, yeah.
This coach won 70% of his games, 1-2 in the playoffs, lost in a conference title game and in the wild card, only won 1 division title.
What years?
Don't make him give you the years.
I don't have the exact
Modern or
years.
old? Modern or old?
Modern.
Okay. Can you give it the resume one more time, please?
70% of his games, 1-2 in the playoffs with a loss in the conference championship and the wild card, and won 1 division title.
Okay, so it's a team that had a first-round bye at some point.
Never won a Super Bowl.
Conference title. I have a
At
guess.
least not in his first 4 years.
Okay.
Oh. Well, my guess was going to be Zach Taylor of the Cincinnati Bengals, but I think the way you just said that, it would be incorrect.
They made a Super Bowl, too. They did not.
Yeah. Well, whoops. Okay. Terrible guess. McDermott.
No.
I'm going to say Sean Payton.
No, that was Mike McCarthy.
Oh, of course he would do McCarthy.
And just to put all of these in context, I kind of had an agenda for Packer fans here. Matt LaFleur, 47-19. I'm not counting this year because this is year 5. 3 division titles, 2 and 3 in the playoffs.
So by resume, he appears to be better than all of the names in the resumes
outside
he
of
just gave
Ditka
us.
getting that 1 Super Bowl in his 4th year.
And many of those coaches are looked back on as potential Hall of Fame head coaches, some of the greats, the legends. I don't know how we'll end up looking back on McCarthy when it's all said and done, but I think right now
how we're going to look at Matt LaFleur when
right
it's all
now
said
it's looked
and done.
back favorably on McCarthy's time, I think, in Green Bay for the most part. So that's fascinating. What I think stands out to me most from that exercise is that the critique of Matt LaFleur may be warranted because we haven't seen what he's done without Aaron Rodgers to this point. But what he has done up to this point deserves more praise than I think he's getting.
I think he got a lot of praise. His
Early
first 3
on,
years, he was praised beyond belief. You got to win in the postseason. That's what this is about. So, no, Matt LaFleur,
But is he even going to get a chance to get to the postseason
think Matt
again?
LaFleur has gotten any of the criticism. I think we're finally seeing, because Aaron Rodgers took all the criticism, took all the glory, but took all the criticism. Now Matt LaFleur is going to be criticized. If this team continues on this track where they're offensively executing as poorly as they are, Jordan Love will take heat. Matt LaFleur will take more heat than Jordan Love.
What I wonder is, has the narrative already been written on Matt LaFleur's legacy? Like, let's because hear me out on this.
Okay, but
if the team is bad this year, as some have addressed, and the poll question is reflected, they're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. Is what the vibe is right now today. They might, but right now I would say they're probably not a playoff team. If they don't make the playoffs again next year, is he done? Does he not get a chance to prove that he can win in the postseason again in Green Bay if they miss the playoffs 2 years in a row?
That you're going way too far to say. I need to see what the offseason happens. But if you miss the playoffs 2 years in a row, which would end up being 3 years in a row, I think he'd be in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He'd need a good night's sleep. Take your sleep to the next level with a Tempur-Pedic Ergo Smart Base from Steinhafels. The base automatically raises your head when it detects snoring. Wow. Giving you a better, more restful night's sleep.
Got to get to one of those.
Ergo Smart Bases start at only $37 per month when you use Steinhafels 72-month financing. Plus, starting today through Sunday, when you spend over $29.99 using their 36 or 72-month financing, you'll get $100 in MasterCard reward card credit. Stop in, store, or shop online at steinhafels.com.
Whoa, Nelly featuring Hunter Vaughn. Whoa, Hunter is coming up next, followed by end of show trivia. It's all still ahead. Jesse and Tausch on Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Looking for a fun way to win up to 25 times your money this football season? Well, test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection for a wide variety of statistics, and place your entry. It's as simple as that. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/WI and use code WI. That's code WI at prizepicks.com/WI for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
So I came to Advent because I was experiencing recurrent sinus infections. As a new mom, it was really kind of difficult.
Many of our patients complain of sinus infections. The headaches, fatigue, and nasal stuffiness have a profound effect on their lives.
I just felt like your sickness starts affecting your energy level and, the things that you really enjoy doing. That really was a breaking point for me.
So Molly came to Advent. Abnormally tight sinuses and swollen turbinates led to simple breathing triangle solutions that ended up taking about 20 minutes in office. And very soon thereafter, she was breathing freely.
I'm just in awe at the amount of air that that I'm able to breathe in and out each night, and I haven't had a sinus infection since the procedure.
I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. When you breathe well, you do live better.
Results may vary.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. If you're in the market for a full-size 8-passenger SUV, look no further than the Defender 130. And with the Defender 90, the 110, and this 130, there's luxury and the right size for everyone. And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
For a limited time, get 3.9% special APR rate for up to 60 months on new 2023 Defenders at Land Rover Waukesha. Go to LandRoverWaukesha.com.
Hey, it's Kyle Walsh from KBN. Today is the day. We're going to be broadcasting the show from 2 until 5 at the all-new Who's on Layton. You know the Bud Lights will be flowing, and we want KBN Nation to join us. Who's on Layton is a classic American sports pub at 512 West Layton Avenue. Join Bruss, Brad, and me as we broadcast live from Who's on Layton with Bud Light. We'll be there starting at 2 p.m. Stop in for happy hour after work and say hi. Also, enjoy Bud Light at Jersey's in Milwaukee, Bowery in Franklin, and Coaches in Milwaukee.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
I can't wait to prove the doubters wrong on end of show trivia. I've totally changed my tune on. I said last week we would never do it again.
Yeah, I knew you would.
It's fun. 1 week later, we're going to get back on the horse. Wilde and Tausch Trivia is coming up to close out the show. Before we get to that, we get to Whoa Hunter.
If the topic is good, the guys discuss.
Just the other morning, I had breakfast at Tracy Rocker's house. His mama brought out 15 flapjacks. He said, Mama, take back 5 of them flapjacks. I got to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But if it's not, the show must go on. It's time for
Whoa, Nelly!
On Wilde and Tausch.
Well, I played Chelsea's Dagger to open up this segment because hockey's back. The Blackhawks have already played 2 games.
Whoa, Nelly.
Oh, stop it. Last night, Connor Bedard scored his first goal. I've got the audio from the call on TNT.
No one wants to hear this.
I do.
There's Bedard dropping it back off Donato. Now Bedard with a shot, saved by Olmark. Coming around is Bedard. He scores!
Didn't even make the first
His
shot.
first National Hockey League goal.
So right away,
Great, good job.
since I knew I was producing, and Jesse Nelson did nothing athletically in his life, so this is just for you, Tausch.
Pulled a $2.99.
Cool. What's the equivalent of a first goal for a lineman in the NFL?
First start. I think first start would probably be the equivalent. I was going to say first penalty or first sack.
First holding. Oh, I made it now, guys.
First time you don't give up a sack. I don't. There isn't a great quantifying statistic outside of, I would say, the closest thing. Obviously, Bedardzi also had a start. I'm assuming he's probably on the first line. But that would be it is the first start. I'm sure he'll always remember that you get a game ball. I don't know if I got a game ball you didn't get it for first start, but you should have, because it's an important moment. That's when you, wow, I'm here. And I'm sure that's how Bedardzi felt last night.
Did they win the game?
They did not win last night, but they came back in game one.
That's a shame.
At Pittsburgh, they were down 2-0, and they came back to win 4-2.
Pittsburgh's past their
toe
prime.
drag release, TDR. Coach Chippy.
I learned something.
You want a good follow on Instagram, Coach Chippy. Coach Chippy gives you all the stuff, and as a hockey dad, he's fantastic. You end up hearing and seeing a lot of stuff, and you have some stuff to talk to your kid about hockey that's not him or his teammates. It's a fun little deal. Coach Chippy. He's a big Bedardzi guy.
Is Coach Chippy just like some random guy that you've
No, he's no random dude. He's got a great following. If you have any interest in learning more about hockey and toe drag release, or as I call it, TDR, Coach Chippy will cover you.
Whoa, Nelly!
Oh, I got Hunter to whoa Nelly.
Shout out Coach Chippy.
I was just preemptively whoa Nellying.
Bedardzi's fun. Exciting that he's down in Chicago.
Great. Wake me up in the playoffs.
Well, we're going to keep the hockey talk going. The Blackhawks head coach, Luke Richardson, he was talking to the media.
Okay. Is there something outside of hockey? Because, listen, I love hockey. People don't love hockey.
Well, I love hockey, and I thought this was whoa, Hunter.
We don't have a hockey team.
What is this one about? Because we might have to whoa this one. 2 is a lot. What do you got?
So he ran into Connor Bedard's mom.
Okay, now I'm interested.
And she said he was looking at the same apartment in the same complex as the head coach. And he was like, oh, yeah, it's a great place. And she's like, yeah, well, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. You know, he has to make the team first.
Sure.
So right away I thought that's exactly how my dad would act. So I wanted to know which parent for you guys would be the one to kind of put you in your place. And even though if you were a generational talent, you still have to make the team.
I'm glad I didn't whoa Hunter this, because I have a very similar story. So when you're a rookie, they put you up in a hotel. And some of the guys like Cliffy, who is a second-round pick, goes and gets a really nice apartment, fully loads it, Steinhoffel's it, the whole deal. I'm starting all the preseason games. Started all of them. Pretty good idea I was going to make the team, and I refused to get a lease or rent something until I knew I was going to make the team. Now, is that smart? It probably wasn't, because I ended up probably not getting exactly where I wanted to live, and so there's a yin and a yang
started
to
looking,
it. Yeah, you could.
I
probably should have, but I didn't want to jinx anything. I like this. That tells me that even though this kid is the most hyped prospect since probably Crosby, is there somebody else? He has been hyped. I knew about him 3 years ago. That's how great this is as a junior. I love the fact that he's still got that, I got to prove everything about it. I love it. I think this makes me even more of a Bedardzi fan than before.
If you were renting an apartment in Green Bay and you found a really great spot, corner, pool downstairs, workout room, close to all your favorite spots, but McCarthy lived on the 4th level and you would be on the 2nd, would you move in there?
No.
In the event that your paths would cross?
I would not. But you know what? As you find out, like if you think you're getting away with shenanigans and staying out late and drinking too much, you're not getting away with it. They know everything. There are people that report, well, you sure old T was out as a Friday night? Old T was out at Kittner's until 3 in the morning. Even if McCarthy, there's something different about secondhand knowledge, and you stumble in and you see Mike, but then if you actually do that, you can say, "What are you doing here, Mike? What are you doing up till 3 in the morning?"
Yeah.
So there's a give and a take, but no, I don't want to be near my head coach, assistant coach, position coach, strength coach. You just don't want that.
That's it for Whoa Hunter. Want to make sure we have enough time to play end of show trivia. Hope you have a better showing tomorrow. Hockey. Yeah. Tausch, if you want to talk hockey on Wilde and Tausch, you can talk Prize Picks. because I will put in a
Shots
friendly
on
projection.
Goal, saves.
I like less in the first 6 or 7 minutes.
I saw Bedardzi. He's been more on his shots. They don't quite know how many shots old Bedardzi's going to throw up. You just saw 2 shots thrown up in that little clip that he played. You got hockey. You got cricket. Euro basketball is something that I think I need to start looking at. NASCAR season's closing up. In Major League Baseball, they have it all. Prize Picks is daily fantasy sports made easy, and it's simple. You're not going against other people, just Prize Picks' projections. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. You have safe and fast withdrawals. Download the Prize Picks app or go to prizepicks.com to sign up today. Use that promo code WI. And if you do that, you get a 100% match. $100. Prize Picks gives you $100. Again, use that promo code WI. And get your instant match up to $100.
The time is now 844-770-3776. End of show. Wilde and Tausch trivia. 844-770-3776. The Jesse Special with me hosting for Jason today. State capitals is today's trivia category. Caller 5. Caller 5. 844-770-3776. Got to be brief. End of show trivia. Please don't let anything go wrong. Next on Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. We're hitting the home stretch of the conference schedule for the Crusaders.
Spins away from a defender at the 5. Still on his feet. Is he going to be dragged into the end zone? Is he in? Touchdown, Crusaders!
Are you kidding me?
On Friday night, it's Catholic Memorial taking on Wauwatosa West. Gabe Neitzel and Mike Podol have the call starting at 6:30. Sponsored by the Bray Team at Shore West, Gerald Nell Inc., Wind Dancer Balloon Promotions, Mid-City Sports, Suburban Asphalt, Perspire Sauna Studio, Edge Leadership, and Urchel Real Estate Group.
The annual Catholic Memorial High School Open House is October 15th. If your family is interested in becoming part of the CMH tradition, make plans now to attend from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. Register at CatholicMemorial.net. As the only school awarded the Exemplary Award for Academic Excellence by the Archdiocese, find out how your student can achieve more at CMH. Tour the school, meet faculty, learn about all the clubs and extracurricular activities. Register today at CatholicMemorial.net. Catholic Memorial High School, where you rise.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in Milwaukee. It's QC Kinetics, Advanced Regenerative Medicine. Hey, this is Brad Nortman. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, don't be so fast. Get a second opinion and learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. I'm talking long-lasting relief. QC Kinetics doesn't mask the pain. These treatments go to the very root of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue. Imagine living your life this fall with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, or your back, and with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Listen, life is about motion, and QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Call the local medical professionals and get a free consultation today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. Call 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Again, 414-285-3474.
Get to and from every home game in Green Bay this football season safely. Milwaukee Broad House, Jack's American Pub, and Wanakee Golf Course all offer transportation on game days. They've got bus services with private restrooms and all-you-can-drink packages. Book your round-trip ride from any of these locations and get complimentary access to an all-you-can-eat and drink tailgate at the bar on Holmgren Way. Make your reservations now. There's still room for the October 29th and November 5th games. Visit MilwaukeeBroadhouse.com to book your trip today.
Sweetest Day is coming up, and we want to make sure you're equipped to make that special someone in your life extra happy with the Welke Sweetest Day giveaway on 94.5 ESPN.
Go on. I'm listening.
From now through October 20th, head to WelkeSweetestDay.com to register for your chance to win a Sweetest Day prize pack.
Ooh, this could be interesting.
A bouquet of flowers from Welke's Milwaukee florist and a $50 Benson's gift card could be yours to share. Just go to...
Hold on, honey. I got this part. That's WelkeSweetestDay.com for full contest details.
Tired of power outages disrupting your life? Make them a thing of the past by getting a Generac home standby generator from Adams Generators. Adams Generators is the largest and #1 rated Generac dealer in Wisconsin. With 24/7 emergency support, our factory-trained technicians are standing by to assist you. Visit adamspower.com/generators to make sure your power always stays on. That's adamspower.com/generators.
There's only one place in Milwaukee where every day of the year, dreams and reality get together for a great time. Where you can walk in a player and walk out a winner. That place, Potawatomi Casino Hotel. With fantastic dining, gaming, sports betting, a luxurious hotel, and endless ways to win, the excitement never stops. The only thing missing is you. Your win is waiting. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Visit our website to learn more. Must be 21 to enter casino.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Missed any of the show? Find us on Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Later, after it was a debacle last week and we said we would never do it again.
I don't think it was our fault, though. I think it was the connection.
Right, but that's what you run into potentially at end of show trivia.
Dice, baby, yeah.
It is time to play Wilde and Tausch trivia.
Normally you want risk reward. I don't know what exactly is the reward for doing it at the end.
The thrill of the adventure for you
bored.
primarily.
Listen, you know I love this more than anybody.
If you have fun, all of us are having fun, and I hope Brian in Milwaukee is about to have some fun. Brian, welcome to Wilde and Tausch trivia. How you doing?
Thank you, guys. Doing well. Thanks.
We're looking forward to it. We got to be brief because it's end of show trivia.
Plenty of time.
About 2.5 minutes. No, let's
not plenty of time. All right, Brian. What is the capital of South Dakota? Is it Pierre?
That would be Pierre.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him helping us out, getting done fast.
Wanted to get to Pierre, Champagne, or Croissant. Didn't even
I was going to nail the croissant.
I'm sure you would. As per usual. Question 2. Brian in Milwaukee. Which of these Big Ten schools has its main campus located in a capital city? Maryland, Ohio State, or Indiana?
Ohio State.
In Columbus, the capital of Ohio. 2 for 2.
I always say Ohio is the Wisconsin when we start matching up cities. Very, very similar. Last one. Latitudinally.
Oh, look at that.
Which of these capital cities is located farthest north? Is it Topeka, Kansas, Carson City, Nevada, or Raleigh, North Carolina?
Oh man, I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Raleigh.
Almost a perfect day, Brian. We left enough time on the clock. Do you want to try and Tausch it?
Jefferson City.
I love the fact Jefferson City wasn't even a guess. And you got the correct answer, Carson City.
Carson City was
By the way,
option.
Jesse, this is jerk storish. You're talking about being by 1/100th of a degree. Topeka, Kansas to Carson City,
Nevada. That's a lot when you're talking latitudinally in the grand scope of latitude.
Hunter, is that a lot?
I don't know. We have a minute left.
All right.
Thanks,
well,
Brian.
You got 2. You get 3 entries. Brian, thanks for playing and being a good sport about finishing at the end of the day. I think you're going to win. I think he's going to win tomorrow.
How can you possibly say that?
He's got 3 entries. It's the best we've had all week.
The guy yesterday got them all right.
Okay, I was wrong. Good luck to you, though.
Final returns on the poll question in the field on Twitter at Wilde and Tausch. Jordan Love, better than you expected, worse than you expected, exactly what you expected. Exactly at 67%, worse 21, better 12.
Okay, so the better's climbing. Long road to go in the Jordan Love saga, but so far, I think he's been better than what we anticipated during training camp.
Rob Demovsky, the Badgers outsider, and a special guest to be announced, scheduled to appear tomorrow. We'll hang around with you tomorrow as well. And as Jason always says, have a great day. Take care. Be good.
Miss any of today's episode of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin? Commercial-free full show podcasts are available free on Wisconsin On Demand.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
They say seeing is believing. And when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sports book, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Brust. Men can be their own worst critics, especially as we get older and compare our current self to the younger version. The experts at Forward Healthy Lifestyles in Germantown help men with testosterone optimization, regenerative medicines, heart health screenings, weight loss, and yes, sexual enhancement services. Forward Healthy Lifestyles can offer regained energy and endurance, more muscle and tone, enhanced performance, joint therapies, and more. Change your life and stop comparing who you are now to who you used to be. Visit forwardhealthylifestyles.com for a free consultation.
Wisconsin is still cattle country, and that's why Bunzel's chose to stay close to home to hand-select the finest beef. Quality goes into everything they do, from Bunzel's expansive array of meats, homemade specialty sausages, and their award-winning...
This is SportsCenter. I'm Nick DeLuca. The Dodgers season is done. Arizona onto the NLCS for the first time since 2007. Slugged a playoff record 4 homers in the third inning. Dodgers have 100-plus wins each of the last 4 years. No NLCS appearances, while the D-backs had the 7th longest preseason odds to win the World Series. Now they're in the NLCS. The Astros punched their ticket to the ALCS, eliminating the Twins. Houston in the championship series for a 7th straight year, all-Texas ALCS. With the Rangers, 1 spot left in baseball's Final Four. The Phillies can claim it tonight at 8 Eastern, defending NL champs, taking a 2-1 series lead with a 10-2 win in Game 3. Phillies hit a franchise postseason record 6 homers in the victory.
From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
Back and better than ever, Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance. Delighted to have you with us on a Thursday. Baseball playoffs, spectacular last night. NFL weekend kicks off tonight, and Hembo is back to defend himself against the most serious of allegations. All that and more. Let's do it. Here we go.
Only one place to start.
All right, the one place we'll start this morning will be with a little football, because Damian Woody is good enough to hang out after we wrap up. Get up. We just concluded our smashing helmet segment, but I want to start with something we'd done right before that. For those who don't see the TV show, we do a feature called Big Man Tiny Helmets, where D. Wood smashes the little tiny helmets of these teams that are going to lose. And we went through 3 games there. But right before that, we did the Jets and Eagles. And I want to start with that game this weekend, D. Wood. I said it on TV this morning. Jets have never beaten the Eagles, by the way, in 12 meetings historically. Hembo and I might have to create some sort of wager, although I need stakes. Or not stakes. I need, I need like points. I need something. I need a break is what I need, D. Wood. Like, you were with me the night it started. The Aaron Rodgers thing was the most disheartening experience that I've ever had, that I could ever even have imagined. And then here we are, like 5 weeks later, they kind of digging themselves out of this hole, trying to figure it out, trying to get better, looking like there's at least some light at the end of the tunnel. And then boom, Our best offensive lineman is out for the season with the same injury, a torn Achilles. It really is like a dark cloud is just hovering over us. D-Wood, what can we say about this?
Yeah, listen, Greeny, it hurts me because I hate to see, especially as a former offensive lineman who had the same injury, it sucks. And it happened the second year in a row for Elijah Vera Tucker. Last year, he had a torn pec out for the season. Then this year, torn Achilles. So, unfortunately, that's a big blow for this Jets offensive line who, actually kind of start finding their way up front. Going up against this Eagles defense, particularly that front, man, they got a bunch of dogs that can hunt up there. But I think the most important thing, they got to be aggressive play calling as it relates to Zach Wilson. We talked about it on Get Up this morning. Throwing on early downs. Green, that's the best time to throw the football is on early downs.
Yeah.
What they did in that Kansas City game, to me, that's the blueprint. You got a guy in Zach Wilson, I think he wants to sling the ball all over the field. If I'm going to go down swinging, I'm going to go down swinging aggressively. I don't think that whole, run, pass stuff, that's not going to work against the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, I agree completely. And this is not a game that you're going to win 17-13. Like, the Eagles' offense is just too good for that. So if you're thinking to yourself, we're going to play this uber conservative style and try and win the game in a very low-scoring way, the way they tried against New England, and it didn't work for them, you're not doing it against Philadelphia. They're just much too good for that. So I agree. Let him throw 2 picks if he throws 3 touchdowns. If he can get out, because the kid can fling it. You almost have to let him be Josh Allen's mini-me, for lack of a better word. Right? Josh Allen is 6'4", 230, runs around, makes crazy plays, and every once in a while does the thing that you want to pull your hair out. That's, I think, what Zach Wilson, he's got to be the 5'11", 190 version of that. Run around, throw the ball all over the place, make some plays that make your jaw drop, and yes, make some huge mistakes. But in the end, be more good than bad and let your defense try and win it that way.
Yeah, I think you got to take advantage of some of his qualities some good qualities that he's had. He's an athletic guy. Move him around. Don't have him sitting static in the pocket, especially against Philadelphia with all those guys coming in. You're asking for a nightmare. So, listen, go down swinging. If it looks bad at times, then so be it. But at least you go out on your terms.
Yeah, and then they have a bye after this, and they can start trying to put together whatever they want the next part of their season when the schedule eases up at least a little to look like. Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Meanwhile, Hembo is back. I need you to explain something to me. While you were away, I actually texted you about this, and when you woke up in Las Vegas yesterday, you wrote me back. And that is that right this minute, the FPI, the analytics department at ESPN, which you represent, Hembo, ranks the Cowboys as the 5th best team in the NFL, and the Eagles, I believe, 7th or 8th, something like that. They rank the Cowboys ahead of the Eagles, despite the fact that the Cowboys have 2 losses, the Eagles have none. The Cowboys have looked just awful in at least one of their, let's call it 1.5 of their games. The Eagles have not. How does one explain that?
Because the process by which those numbers come to be are based on unemotional factors like how much you beat teams by, and they don't overreact to things like how bad a team looked in a certain week because it's a computer, it's a model. It doesn't have any emotion attached to stuff. Even though the Cowboys are 3-2, the Cowboys have outscored their opponent by 51 points this season. The Eagles are 5-0. The Eagles have outscored their opponent by 37 points this season. So that's what the modeling is doing. It's taking into account like the whole body of work. It is not taking too much. It's not taking more than one game's worth of data from one game, as we did when the Cowboys played San Francisco. It's looking at the entire body of work. Now, I happen to disagree with our modeling, but to try and explain it, that's what it is. It's saying over a 5-game span, every single snap that was played, the Cowboys, when come out in the wash, looking a little bit better than the Eagles when you consider all of those factors, not just wins and losses.
Yeah, listen, we know that numbers are a part of it. It's not the whole piece of the pie. I will say one stat that a lot of people use to kind of judge a team is point differential. And so, I'm pretty sure that in this model, point differential, factors heavily in this whole thing. Now, do I think the Dallas Cowboys are better than Philly? No, but when you have those type of blowout wins that the Dallas Cowboys have in their cap, I'm sure that factors into why they have them ranked so high.
So that is because I defend analytics a lot. There's a lot of people who have sort of a, for lack of a better word, a Neanderthal perspective and just want to dismiss them. But the one area where analytics cannot account is the circumstances of each game.
Right.
So the Giants are truly atrocious. So playing them that first week when you've had all this time, the Cowboys blowing them out, of course, it's an impressive performance, but it is, I don't think there was nearly as much good about that as there was bad in the San Francisco game. Next, they play the Jets. The Jets are 6 days removed at that point from the most deflating loss you could ever possibly have, which is the loss of Aaron Rodgers.
On a short week.
And the craziest emotional win you could ever have, where the way they won that game with their fallen teammate in the locker room, with the punt return at the very end, then on a short week going across the country. The Jets would have lost to anyone that day. You could take the worst team in the NFL. They would have beaten the Jets that day. That's not a criticism. That's just the way these things line up. The blowout win over New England. Frankly, New Orleans beat New England more decisively than the Cowboys did. So what I'm saying is, I get that the numbers are the numbers, and over the course of a 16 or 17 game span, maybe they will wind up telling the whole story. But in this case, I think those nuances, I don't know if you call them emotional or not, but I think they actually make a difference.
Yeah, it's a fair point, but I think something that we do, and probably incorrectly, is we think there is a larger difference between teams in the NFL than there actually are. So what FPI does, it effectively says how much better or worse you are than other teams on a neutral field. That's kind of how they judge it. So right now we have the Bills at 1. The Bills their FPI score is 9.7. They're 9.7 points better than the average NFL team on a neutral field. The worst team is Carolina. They're -7. So what that modeling is telling us is that there's a 17-point difference between the best and worst team. In college, that differential is 47 points, the difference between Ohio State and Florida International. The reason why very few teams in the NFL are 5-0, there are 2 teams, is because these teams are actually a lot more concentrated from a talent perspective than we think, and we overreact to things on a week-to-week basis. So the difference between the best and worst team in the NFL is about 17 points. In college, it's nearly 3 times that.
So, but to that point, like, how is San Francisco not the best? Like, who could possibly analyze anything that has happened so far and say the 49ers aren't the best team, right, D-Wood?
Yeah, again, that's why you take... There's like components. You got to, I look at this whole picture, it's like a pie. You have the numbers, you have what the tape says, and then you combine the two, and then you come up with what you think is the correct call here. And I think anyone who watches the 49ers, crunch the numbers as well, I think most people would honestly say the 49ers are the best team in football right now. Where I think, where the numbers, I think what Himbo, you're saying, it's like, don't be quick to just trounce the Cowboys because of their bad loss against San Francisco. They're still a very good team. Sometimes I think styles make fights. Probably a bad matchup for the San Francisco 49ers.
That said, Demi and Woody in studio with us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio. You picked the Chargers to beat them Monday night. If that happens, now what do we say Tuesday?
Well, listen, I don't think the whole world comes crashing down on the Cowboys because I think that the Chargers are a good team. I think what could happen a lot of times in these situations, psychologically, can they rebound from that drubbing against the 49ers? What tends to happen sometimes is there's carryover. You get beat so bad, and the conversations in the media and everything, and you just continue to talk about the game last week when you're not all the way focused on the opponent that you have this week. So that's why I'm so interested in seeing how the Cowboys respond playing against this Los Angeles Chargers team.
Green, have you seen that number, by the way?
I am guessing but look, that's a Cowboys home game. Don't let the fact that they're playing in Los Angeles.
Absolutely, it's going to be a home game.
The game is in Los Angeles, but the Cowboys should be considered the home team. They're not sleeping in their own beds, but they'll certainly have twice the number of fans in the building that the Chargers do, at least. I'm going to guess that the Cowboys are favored by like 2 points.
Yeah, it's 2.5.
2.5.
Are you surprised, D-Wood, that the Cowboys are a road favorite in that game?
I'm not surprised because I do think the Cowboys are still a good team. And I think people know that, listen, the Cowboys travel well. It's going to be a home game for the Dallas Cowboys. So when I see 2.5, it's basically telling me that they're almost like evenly matched, to be honest with you.
And by the way, I had the stat in here yesterday. Cam or Bubba, jump on and remind me the exact numbers. But it was interesting to me. Through 5 weeks of the season, home field has actually been a disadvantage in the NFL. Road teams are above 500. It's like by a differential of 4, it's like 43 to 39.
41 and 37 away
41 and 37.
That goes back to what Himbo was saying.
Road teams.
That goes back to him. There's the difference between the best and worst team in NFL is not that large.
But to that point, you would think home field would make a difference. If something needs to split the difference, that home field would. Why is it not? When you played in the NFL, how would you describe how much more difficult it was to win on the road versus winning at home?
Winning on the road is definitely harder. There's no question. I always said it's how you start a game kind of dictates, what could possibly happen in the game. That was the biggest thing. Every time we play on the road, guys, we need to start fast. We can't let the crowd into the game. We got to start fast. And I think a lot of the times teams that went on the road, they don't start slow. Usually they start kind of fast, and then they pick up momentum that way.
Give me a sense. Well, first of all, what was the loudest place you played? Forgetting home. What's the loudest place to play?
It's close. I think it's between Arrowhead and Seattle.
Okay.
Both of those places feel like college environments.
So give me how much harder it really is to get plays called. You're at the line of scrimmage. Like, what can't you do? What you're an offensive lineman. What does it do?
Oh, man. Not only can you not hear the plays, but it's when you get to the line of scrimmage. Greeny, imagine us. Like, my first year, my rookie year, we played in Arrowhead. We had Derek Thomas that was lined up, and the place was registered as an earthquake. It was literally that loud. And so you got Derek Thomas screaming off the edge, and you can't hear the snap count. You're literally watching the ball. It is unbelievably hard to do your job when you're at that type of disadvantage.
So what you're saying is the advantage is usually that when the ball is going to be snapped and the defense doesn't. In that case, you're both finding it out at the same time.
We're both finding it out at the same time, and you're just holding on to your horses at that point.
Advantage, in that case, certainly Derek Thomas. You're the best, E-Wood. Thank you, big fella. I'm going to need some consoling, I have a feeling, this weekend. Hey, you can be a part of Greeny Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, ESPN Nation, presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper, the one that fans deserve. Coming up next, with the return of Hembo, we will find out if he is prepared to defend himself against the most serious allegations. That's next on ESPN Radio.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam. And Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
From the tee box to the green and everything golf-related in between.
Who's number one?
Max.
Yeah, Max Homa's number one. It's not even close, right?
On the tee with Gabe Neitzel and Stephen Watson.
Just because he's been so open and honest already, you get a couple drinks in that guy, like, how open is he going to be?
On the tee with Gabe and Stephen. Presented by Wisconsin Golf Trips. Tuesday night at 6, right here on 94.5 ESPN. And available with Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. If you're in the market for a full-size 8-passenger SUV, look no further than the Defender 130. And with the Defender 90, the 110, and this 130, there's luxury and the right size for everyone. And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
For a limited time, get 3.9% special APR rate for up to 60 months on new 2023 Defenders at Land Rover Waukesha. Go to LandRoverWaukesha.com.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
The annual Catholic Memorial High School Open House is October 15th. If your family is interested in becoming part of the CMH tradition, make plans now to attend from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. Register at CatholicMemorial.net. As the only school awarded the Exemplary Award for Academic Excellence by the Archdiocese, find out how your student can achieve more at CMH. Tour the school, meet faculty, learn about all the clubs and extracurricular activities. Register today at CatholicMemorial.net. Catholic Memorial High School, where you rise.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
Transitioning from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love in Green Bay was always going to come with its challenges. The offense has scored just 6 total points in the first halves of their last 3 games, and Love has morphed into a turnover machine. Despite the struggles entering the bye week, head coach Matt LaFleur is optimistic his young team can turn things around.
We all knew that there was going to be some growing pains, but I haven't lost faith or belief in the group that we have. I just think that we can do things better, and I think we can coach better, and I think we can execute better.
The Packers are now off until October 22nd when they visit the 1-4 Denver Broncos.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
What are we having for dinner? At Cousin Subs, we have a simple answer for this age-old question. A family 4-pack, of course. Now at participating Cousin Subs locations, you can get any 4 classic or deli fresh subs or subs in a bowl and 4 chips or regular fries for the limited time only price of $30 plus tax after 4 p.m. You heard that right. Feed your entire crew for just $30. Order in store at cousinsubs.com or via our app. Cousin Subs, we believe in better.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here. You know, I played sports my entire life, been hurt a lot of times, but never had been injured until I had to stop doing the sports I enjoyed because my knee flat wouldn't allow it. I visited Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, where they took great care of me. I put my knee in their doctors' capable hands, and now I'm back in the gym, carrying my golf bag, pain-free for 18 holes, and playing tennis as often as I like with no issues. I'd recommend Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin to anyone. Visit orthowisconsin.com.
Oh, yeah. The song is appropriate. Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance. In 30 seconds, Hembo will attempt to defend himself against the most serious of allegations. But I'll spend those 30 seconds saying, have you been to an NFL game yet this year? If not, what are you waiting for? Vivid Seats has your back for all your ticket needs. You can see every tackle, every touchdown, every play, live and in person, with great deals on great seats. Plus, with Vivid Seats Rewards, you can earn rewards with every purchase. They're here for us fans. That's why they offer unbeatable rewards like surprise seat upgrades, free tickets, and more. Just visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. All right, here we go. So let me just catch everybody up on where we've been. We have Bubba here today. We have Cam here today. They're both in Bristol as usual. And the hashtag crew is once again intact after Hembo had been away each of the last 2 days. The supposition, no, I shouldn't say that. The reason given by Hembo, he came into my office Monday after the show and had sort of a sputtering, not very fluid explanation. One of the kids is sick, not 100% sure which one, might be RSV, might not be here tomorrow. We'll let you know. Does that sort of summarize the conversation? Have you seemed flustered?
That was 100% accurate, what you just described.
Correct. And including the way you delivered that news. It suggested to me a person who wasn't real certain of what he was saying. And I'll bring everyone's attention back to last Friday when it was revealed that Hembo's wife, Lizzie, who is in Las Vegas helping out with our coverage of the WNBA Finals, texted him to say, uh-oh, I forgot to bring my wedding ring. Not bringing your wedding ring to Las Vegas is the universal sign for, I'm looking to have some fun this weekend in Vegas. What happens in Vegas this weekend will most definitely stay there. So we were all worried about Hembo in this regard. And then all of a sudden, Hembo, you were nowhere to be found. So Tuesday, we lived with it. Okay, maybe he really does have a sick child. It's not Michelle. It's the alleged other one. But then Wednesday, you didn't come. You didn't tell Bubba or Cam you weren't going to be here. And in fact, when I texted you a question about something, you responded at like 9-something in the morning Eastern time. You were a man who usually is awake at 4-something in the morning Eastern time. But you know what that is? That's about the time you might wake up in Las Vegas. So we believe that what you actually did these last couple of days was race to Vegas with your wife's wedding ring in order to try and fight for your beloved, which I respect. But that has been the topic of conversation around here. What do you have to say for yourself?
Look, I'm not here to talk about the past. Okay, all I'll say is this. What I'll say is this.
Yeah.
All right. As an employee of the Walt Disney Company,
yes,
I am allotted a certain number of care days, sick days that I am permitted to take.
Right.
At my discretion.
Right.
I don't have to provide a doctor's note. I don't need to provide visual evidence of Charlotte's cough or Michelle's rash or any such thing. I can take them at my discretion.
Who are the people you just described?
Charlotte and Michelle.
So one of the things that came up here is I'm not sure anyone has ever seen both of them at the same time. And some of us are questioning whether there really are two or it's just one in a mirror, because the pictures that we see are so alike of the two of them. And I don't ever really seem to notice them having different poses in the pictures. So I question whether or not there really are two of these.
So not only do you question whether or not I feigned an illness for my beloved children,
right?
But you're also now calling into question that for the last 13 months I've created an elaborate ruse that I have to just because.
Why does the second one not have a name? How is it? How could you have a kid this long and have named one of them and not the other?
Well, here's the thing. Like, she is named. Charlotte is named. You refuse to acknowledge her because she's not named after you.
I don't refuse anything. I've never once heard you say her name before. Never once. Bubba and Cam, have you ever once heard her name? If I said to you, what is the name of Hembo's alleged second child, what would you say it was?
I would say I didn't know there was a second child.
Me neither. It's not confirmed.
Right.
I've heard reference to a second child, but it's kind of like, what is that thing, the Yeti? Like, it's that thing that you hear about, people talk about it, but no one has ever actually seen it. What is that called? The abominable snowman?
The Loch Ness Monster?
Bigfoot.
Loch Ness Monster?
Although they just spotted Bigfoot the other day.
They had video of it in Colorado just yesterday.
Look, I mean, if you guys are going to sit here and say, like, it is a bizarre coincidence that I happen to take 2 days off during the postseason in which the Phillies are playing, during the time in which my wife is in Las Vegas without her wedding ring, gallivanting around with Ryan Ruocco and the rest of the WNBA crew, then you can jump to your own conclusions. What I'm saying is that the company does not require me to provide any evidence of my whereabouts, and so I will not.
They may not, but I do. As a member of the hashtag crew, I think we are owed that. I will also point out, by the way, Bubba, that after we finished yesterday's show, Ryan Ruocco texted me a picture of Lizzie's ringless hand. He actually texted me that. Again, Lizzie is the production coordinator. What's the actual
production
title?
manager.
Production manager for the WNBA coverage.
Right.
So she's in Vegas, and Ryan Ruocco, of course, is the announcer.
Sure.
And so they're together.
Boredom
they're listening to this conversation. I'm sure she's starting to break out in a sweat because she's been found out. Right, this has been discovered, and again, that we finally broke down this elaborate second child ruse you've been carrying on. And in the meantime, so Ruocco texts me a picture of her ringless left hand.
That's all that was in the photo?
That's all that's in the picture. That's all that's here. I'll read you
Try
the
to
text
describe this, because this is the first I'm hearing of this.
He sends me a picture, and he writes, Lizzie without her wedding ring. And then he wrote, I just put 2 and 2 together that Lizzie is Hembo's wife.
Uh-oh.
He, I guess, didn't realize this until just now.
Do we know if
Why? Because he's been working with her for how long, and she has never once mentioned being married?
Yikes.
I mean, Hembo, this is as plain as the nose on your face.
There are red flags
This is as plain as the nose on my face was before I had it fixed. That's how plain this is.
Do we know if Ruocco is single, by the way?
I actually don't know that.
Should I be worried about Ruocco?
I'm pretty confident.
Do we
he's
know
married.
if Jimmy G is single is the question, because they won on Monday Night Football
She's very
on Monday,
fond of his
and she was
body
in
of work.
Vegas when they won the game.
That's true. They played at home this week. So Monday night, she was in Vegas. Jimmy Garoppolo was in Vegas. Tuesday morning, Hembo's nowhere to be found.
You know what, though?
Interesting.
Like, every woman has a cheat list. And if Jimmy Garoppolo is on Lizzie's as he is on practically everyone's.
Do you have a cheat list? All kidding aside, that's something I've heard about. I've seen it on television shows. All kidding aside, could you get away with that? I'm asking every married man in the world who is listening to this conversation right now. My wife is aware of the women I find very attractive. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I have eyes. Charlize Theron, I think, is a stunningly beautiful woman, something like that. If I came home one day and said, hey, you're not going to believe this, but Charlize Theron just offered to have sex with me, are we good with that? I'm telling you right now, she's not going to be good with it. I know there was a Friends episode where Ross had his thing laminated, his list is what I meant to say there. But I'm telling you right now.
That would make it very difficult.
That's not going to be okay. Not going to be okay.
So there's no one for which it would be okay?
Hell no.
So I'm trying to imagine right now a scenario in which Lizzie, when I go, because she just flew back this morning on the red eye, if she tells me about, like, Ruko is definitely not on this list. And, and that would upset me.
Can you imagine having a cheat list and having Ryan Ruko?
Ryan Ruko is third on my cheat list.
And I love Ryan, don't get me wrong. He's a handsome man. But
not top 5.
He's not Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're wasting a spot on that list.
You know what, though? If you are going to have a list, then having a realistic list is also like someone you're likely to encounter. Like she's gonna run into Ryan Ruko. If she in fact works with, she may never run into Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know. I mean, she's an ESPN employee. She's out in Vegas for work. He lives in Las Vegas. They just played, so we know he's there. Like she's made her fondness of him well known, and I've made that.
Who else is on this list
for her?
Yeah.
What is this guy? I'm not good with celebrities. There's one other guy that she really likes that's on some show that she watches.
Yeah, it's narrowing it down.
I'm sorry.
Helpful.
I know for sure that Garoppolo's at the very top of it, though.
Do you have a list?
Sure. Yeah, but I don't want to say this now because of all the stuff, the hot water that I'm in. Like, I don't feel like right now is a great time.
Why are you in hot water? Your wife left for Vegas without her wedding ring and has probably, very likely, been spending some time with Jimmy Garoppolo.
She hasn't texted me back since she arrived, and I think it might be because our dog vomited last night in the bed, and I didn't clean it up. Like, there's vomit on our master bed sheets. Left the house.
She's on a flight back to Vegas now. She's like, I've had enough of this. I'm going back to hang out with Jimmy.
Okay. Anyway, so I'd like to say, for the record, you did not explain anything here. So I'm going to ask you now to explain the stuff that you actually know about.
Ground ball towards third. Backhanded ball. Slings to first. In-time ball game. And the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead in this NLDS.
That was the message before the game. Finish the job. Don't let them climb back into games. And that's what we did.
Last night was unbelievable. I watched every pitch, actually, of Phillies Braves last night, and the show that they put on in Philadelphia last night. The star of the show is the ballpark. That's the star of the Philadelphia Phillies show. I know Bryce Harper hit 2 home runs and stared down Arcia as he circled the bases both times, and I loved it. I know Castellanos hit 2 home runs. I know they're 1 win away from eliminating the Braves for the 2nd consecutive year. The star of that show is that freaking ballpark. It's like watching Auburn play Alabama. It's unbelievable. There's never been a home field advantage in baseball that I've seen like that.
It's the best environment in sports right now, in any sport right now. Baseball is not a sport that lends itself to these kinds of things happening. But having watched so many games across the postseason in so many different stadiums, this is the only thing like it. Like the Braves have been practically the best team in baseball this year and last. And in no situation have they come into Citizens Bank Park and had any clue. Yesterday it was 10-2. Last year in the playoffs they won by 8 runs and they won by 5 runs in the 2 games that they played there. Like the Philly fans and the environment there at Citizens Bank Park is having like a tangible impact on the outcome of baseball games. And watching the best team in baseball just absolutely melt is unbelievable.
So, I need to ask a question. We can joke all we want about marital infidelity.
And we will.
Now let's talk about something important. And that is this. Cam and Bubba, I think you're going to appreciate this. I've known Hembo for a decade. And we both know that Hembo has the soul of a 70-year-old man. You love the Phillies more than you love anything else. Hembo is a sports... The reason Hembo and I get along so well, the reason Hembo and I have written a book and are doing 2 more together is because we care about the same stuff in the same ways. But we have very different ways that we view it. I am super emotional, super emotional, and I love all the emotion. I'm here for all the emotion. Hembo has 100% always stood for the unwritten rules of baseball. You are against bat flips. You were against pimping home runs. You were against any kind of emotion on the field of play. And so as I'm watching last night, Bryce Harper circling the bases, the second home run I didn't know was out off the bat. Did you? I mean, that did not look like a home run off the bat.
Yeah,
the first one was a freaking no-doubter.
Second deck.
That ball he hit, it still hasn't come down. When he circles that second base bag and is staring at Arcia just directly in the face, the first thought I had was, is Hembo going to say he shouldn't do that?
No, I can't go there. And I definitely would go there if it were anyone else. But given the context of the circumstance, given the fact that we learned after the fact that Arcia said, "Attaboy Harper," after the base running blunder to end game 2, and for him to hit 2 dingers there and to cross second base and stare him down both times was just stone cold. Like I didn't have a problem with it.
It was fabulous. It was fabulous.
Well, first of all, what do you mean if it was anyone else? That's ridiculous.
Because no, it's ridiculous. I mean, I root for this team, and this is like the face of the franchise.
So it's only okay if your team does it, but if anyone else does it, it's bad.
Well, see, but Bubba, what I don't like is like the overt like showmanship, right? Like the staring down the home run and pimping it and flipping the bat and staring down the other dugout. Like to me, like the overt stuff is what bothers me. But when you're crossing second base and you stare at somebody for 3 seconds as you're like that was
as overt could be. Yeah. He made a point of doing it and he acknowledged it afterward. He said, "You're damn right I was staring at him."
Sure, but I didn't view it as disrespectful because he was reciprocating the fact that he said what he said. You know, that's the thing.
If it was a Braves player, you would have thought it was the most disrespectful thing of all time.
Of course it would have rubbed me the wrong way, but I'm a fan. I'm like, there are some times, Bubba, where like you just can't help but be emotionally wrapped up into stuff. And this was one of the rare cases where I was, and I was cool with it.
The point that you are missing, that we are making, is that it is wonderful.
Exactly.
It is
it's
the stuff
best
that makes sports great. I want my team to win so badly. My guy wants to win. You said something about me, I'm staring you down. It's great. Attaboy Harper is nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. You should like it more. I'm glad you were.
Me too.
I had no problem with it.
It was awesome.
I love when they throw the bat down and go crazy. Like it. I'm glad you liked it now. I wish you would like it a lot more other times.
That's correct. It is the stuff that makes sports great. It is the legitimate, true rivalry. I don't want to see them throwing punches, but I do want to see the trash talk. I do want to see. You don't have to throw at someone for saying "Attaboy Harper." You know what? Hit a freaking home run and then stare him down as you run by him and say, "Attaboy, how'd you like that one, RC? I mean, hit another one for you. How do you like that, attaboy?" That's good stuff. That's sports. And that's what baseball has been missing, has been holding at arm's length forever. And you are the leader of that movement. And we are here to tell you once and for all that it is wrong.
I'm here to acknowledge that, like, I liked this. I thought this was definitely in bounds. And I've also you have helped me come some way in approaching this place where, like, I can deal with this kind of showmanship so long as the players decide that this is, like, the players get to police themselves, is always what I felt. This, to me, was in line. What I did not understand, what I did not like, was the fact that after the game, Braves players were in the locker room acting as if the media did something wrong by leaking this, as if there was some, like, security breach. That was embarrassing. The Braves, after the game, were talking as if they had just lost the series.
All right, so let me play that. This is Travis d'Arnaud, who, after the game yesterday, said he was unhappy with the media because Orlando Arcia mocking Bryce Harper became a thing, and he thinks that was the media's fault.
Orlando's a great person. I mean, he was joking around, but it screws all the other reporters and everybody who comes in here and has been great with us all year. And we feel like this is a sanctuary where we come to work every day and try to have fun. And when things get out, which I'm sure other teams say things as well, it's not a good feeling, and it makes nobody wants to be in the clubhouse for all the people that are good people.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of stupid things in my day, but I'm not sure how much more ridiculous a thing you can say than that. You know, it's really awful that the media informed the public of something that happened in full view of everyone. And if you were to look up the dictionary definition of the media, it is telling the people what happened. That's their job. Plus, he said it literally in front of everyone. This didn't get out. This wasn't like surreptitiously reported. The whole world saw it and heard it. I don't even understand what he's talking about.
So I need you to help me here, because my initial reaction is the same as yours. But unlike you, I've not spent time as a reporter in the clubhouse as you have.
Yeah.
So give me a peek behind the curtain here. So let's say you're a reporter in this case. You're in the Braves locker room, but the clubhouse. But like the access that you have is that you're not. This is not the scrum. This is not the cameras. This is not the recorders. Because this was reported. This wasn't in an interview, right? So is there some kind of obligation that you can't say? Was this considered off the record? Help me out here with this.
Hell no. Well, if they said this is off the record, that would be different. But clearly, that's not what happened. No, every reporter, and I will not go any farther than saying this. Every reporter has seen things that they would not report. And my line on that when I was a reporter was always anything that doesn't have anything to do with sports, stuff that I would see when I'm traveling with a team, stuff I'd see in the hotel, people I might see people with. You know what I'm getting at? That's not my business to report because it doesn't have anything to do with the team. It doesn't have anything to do with the wins and the losses. Stuff that happens this is directly reportable. You would be derelict in your duty if you didn't say that. This was the reaction in the Braves clubhouse after Bryce Harper made this huge mistake. That's why you're there. You're there to report what they say. So unless they all got up and said, listen, what's about to happen here is off the record, which you couldn't even, I'm laying out a scenario that's not even possible, then no, the answer is that no rules were violated at all.
That's the only thing I wanted to confirm with you. There's no thing where like there are certain things in the clubhouse during a certain time in which reporters are there that are somehow like off limits. It doesn't sound like that's the case. And so
there are places maybe that are off limits. Like there were, I don't know, every clubhouse is not the same. When I covered the teams that I covered, particularly the Cubs at Wrigley Field, and I'll say that because they still have the same ballpark, although I think they've redone the locker rooms since I was there. I haven't covered a Cubs game, actually been down there since 1996 or something. But there was like the main locker room, and then there were some other rooms, like the weight room and all that kind of stuff. If you kind of walked by and glanced in and saw something in there, I could see them saying, hey, man, that's off bounds. Like, you're not allowed in that room. You shouldn't see that. But anything that happens in the locker room, I mean, during the time that you are granted access, that's the reason you're there.
Fair game.
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%
fair enough.
Game. All right, let's do a trivia question. Hembo, we have done a questions the last couple of days, but they don't count in the standings.
Okay.
Your turn, go.
Tough one today, but I think you guys got a shot. Which pitcher has the most postseason wins in series-clinching games?
Most postseason wins in series-clinching games. The answer's next on ESPN Radio.
Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Go to geico.com today.
Hustle up. We've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like choosing Derek Jeter as the pinch hitter for your baseball team.
Jeter, you're in. We need a home run.
I'll give it a try. I've swung a bat once or twice.
That's out of here. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings discount liquor.
Tailgating is back, Wisconsin. Have you ever wondered how tailgating started? One theory is that it started during the first college football game in 1869, as spectators spent their pregame ritual grilling sausages at, of all places, the tail end of a horse. Another is that tailgating started in 1919 during the first Green Bay football season. Fans backed up their pickups to the field, folded down their tailgates for seating, and served food and beverages. Hi, this is Marie from Discount Liquor. Since 1960, we've been the place to stock up for all your tailgate rituals. With over 2,000 varieties of beer, 3,500 types of liquor, and over 8,000 wines, Discount Liquor is your one-stop tailgate shop. Discount Liquor in Milwaukee on 51st in Oklahoma and in downtown Waukesha on Main and Barstow. See all of our weekly specials at discountliquorinc.com.
Discount Liquor.
The all-new Potawatomi Casino Hotel has something you gotta see. Play more slots and games, and you could say, "Show me the money," to reveal up to 10 grand each Thursday. 800,000 in prizes is up for grabs. 40 winners each week. This October and November at Potawatomi, Milwaukee. When you're ready to win, just say, "Show me the money." More info at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. If you're in the market for a full-size 8-passenger SUV, look no further than the Defender 130. And with the Defender 90, the 110, and this 130, there's luxury and the right size for everyone. And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
For a limited time, get 3.9% special APR rate for up to 60 months on new 2023 Defenders at Land Rover Waukesha. Go to LandRoverWaukesha.com.
UW Credit Union presents the Student Athlete of the Week, supporting local student athletes as they grow on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. UW Credit Union is here for every you. Learn more at uwcu.org. Here's Ashton Rotman with the UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week.
This week we have two UW Credit Union Student Athletes of the Week, Homestead High School football players Sam Nemke and Jackson Montgomery. In a huge contest last Friday night on the road, Homestead prevailed 10-0 against Cedarburg, and it was a pair of late game heroics from our Student Athletes of the Week to seal the victory. In the fourth quarter, both Nemke and Montgomery came away with interceptions against Cedarburg. First, it was Nemke with just under 8 minutes remaining in the red zone to halt Cedarburg's drive to get within a score. And following him just a few minutes later was Montgomery with the pick in their own territory to help put the game away. Homestead gets the win, and they get the North Shore Conference title, the Highlanders' first division title since 2018. Congratulations to this week's UW Credit Union Student Athletes of the Week.
We all have someone we know or love that has been affected by some form of cancer.
No matter how well you love and support them and try to be there for them, you can never really know what a person is feeling after hearing the words, "You have breast cancer."
Only another person that has been through this experience can really understand what it feels like.
ABCD, After Breast Cancer Diagnosis, is a Milwaukee-based organization known around the world.
When someone calls ABCD, they are matched with a mentor who is a breast cancer survivor of similar age and has the same type of breast cancer, who can provide hope when people need it the most.
Kessler's is excited to announce that we've designed 3 new Hope pendants to honor breast cancer patients, survivors, thrivers, and caregivers.
100% of the net proceeds, along with an additional donation from Kessler's, will support ABCD when you purchase the symbol of hope.
You can find a link with more information about ABCD, along with all 3 modern designs starting at just $75 in sterling silver and $598 in gold, online at KesslersDiamonds.com.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
All right, Greeny with you here on ESPN Radio. Don't forget that you can watch us on the ESPN app. Click on Watch. Look for hashtag Greeny and enjoy. Plus, we're also available on the ESPN app. We're available on SiriusXM Channel 80. We're all over the place. Hembo. Today's trivia.
Today's trivia question is this. Which pitcher has the most postseason wins in series-clinching games?
So to be clear, it is wins. It doesn't necessarily have to be a starting pitcher. It could be any pitcher who got a win in the game. It does not necessarily... And I guess what I want to clarify is that I'm just going to use Pedro Martinez as an example. If he started the game but didn't get the win, that doesn't count towards the stat, right?
Correct. Yes, what you just said is right.
It's not just started the game, but it actually is getting the win in the game.
Got the win in the game.
Okay. This is a very hard question.
Very hard question, but I think one of you is going to get it.
All right. Well, you want to try and get safety in numbers here?
I got a guess.
Go ahead. Let's hear it, Cam.
Andy Pettit.
All right. I thought of him. That's a good one. Bubba?
That was my guess, too. I'm also going with Andy Pettit.
2 guesses for Andy Pettit. So do I go with them, and so if we're wrong, we're all wrong, or do I go with the first place I thought of? It just, the sport was so different then. Like, there just weren't enough series for it to be. So I was thinking back to, like, the heyday. I was thinking back to the Bob Gibsons and the Sandy Koufaxes of the world. But if we're going to get much more recent, I'm thinking about guys who had felt like closed out a lot of big games. Randy Johnson, Curt Schilling, and Pettit came to mind too. I don't want to say the same thing as they did. And I don't want to say the older guys because it was just one series at a time. It's just not going to have been enough. So I'm going to go with Curt Schilling.
The correct answer is Andy Pettit.
Yes!
Let's go!
Damn it, yes. I should have gone there. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. How close was I?
Schilling only had 2. Pettit had 6.
Oh, my goodness.
Damn it.
Nobody else has more than 4.
He closed out the Phillies in 09, right?
Who else had 4?
Oh, man.
Catfish Hunter had 4. Roger Clemens had 4. Charlie Morton and Dave Stewart both had 4.
Oh, damn it. All right, where are we with the standings?
Guys. Nice job.
Where's the standings?
I am 5-9. You and Bubba are 4-10. And Mark Cuban is 0-1. And if you want to count 2 days ago, Dominique's 0-1 too.
Okay, fair enough. I think we should keep that in. I think that those should be in there. You can't forget Mark Cuban.
Keep the guests,
the game.
Yeah.
All right, here's the next order of business I want to get to on Hembo's baseball green light. So at the beginning of this week, in the entire history of baseball, there had been 6 instances of teams winning 100 games during the regular season and then getting swept immediately out of the postseason. It had happened 6 times in 150 years. It's now happened twice in consecutive nights. The Orioles got swept and the Dodgers got swept. It has people talking about the postseason format. Hembo, what do we say?
I think that we have attacked this from the wrong angle. It is true that the Braves are on the brink. The Orioles and Dodgers and Rays and Brewers were all swept, and those teams had the 5 best records in baseball. However, I don't like that we default to this. Rather than accepting responsibility or taking the blame, we decide that the system is the problem and that the system needs to change. The format needs to change. I understand the argument. You play 162 baseball games, and the idea that you should be knocked out if you lose 3 in a row, as was the case with the Dodgers, does seem silly. But it also seems silly to me that Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts combined for 1 hit and that Clayton Kershaw got 1 out. At some point, like the game itself is what's sacred and what matters. I think we can have a reasonable conversation as to whether or not Major League Baseball can provide more incentive to win regular season games, because it's pretty clear now that they have almost no advantage. But it is not obvious to me that that's the right place for us to divert our attention to.
I hate to say this. No, I don't. I was right. I said exactly this before the playoffs started. Baseball, for the longest time, was a sacrosanct sport because in order to compete for the championship, you had to have been the best team in your league for 154 or 162 games. There was no room for a fluke. And by expanding the playoffs, by adding all of these teams, that's exactly what you do. It is a marathon. The things that determine winning in the regular season and winning in the postseason are thoroughly different. You said yourself before the postseason, no sport is more different in the regular year to the playoffs than baseball is. So what you're going to have exactly as I said to you, is randomness. Just as you have in March Madness, just as you have in anything where you do not give an overwhelming advantage, a practically insurmountable advantage to the teams that are the best during the regular year. Now, I said basketball. Basketball, you win 4 best-of-7s. In my opinion, you've proved it. Does it mean that we won't every now and again get an 8 seed in the finals as we did last year with Miami? Obviously not. But that would have felt flukish, but it would be the overwhelming exception to the rule. In this case, to your point, the issue is the system, but it's not a fault. This is just how we're going to determine a champion in baseball. It isn't going to be based on who is the best over the course of the year.
But here's my question. Like, when a Cinderella advances in the NCAA tournament, we love it and celebrate it. Last year, when the Miami Heat as the 8 seed advanced to the NBA Finals, it was hashtag Heat culture, and we celebrated it. Why in baseball do we just naturally run to the negative, to the system is wrong, rather than these teams fail to perform? It's just, like, I feel like baseball is the sport that gets the short end of the stick there. We decide that because it's baseball, it's the system, whereas for anything else, we celebrate the underdog. Why?
Well, I mean, part of the reason for that is that we are much more emotionally invested, generally speaking, in baseball than we are in March Madness. Most people are just interested in who wins these March Madness games because of their sheet. And at the end of the day, you're not morally, it doesn't hurt you to your core if you've been rooting for the Orioles your whole life and they've been the worst team in baseball for the last 25 years. And then boom, all of a sudden we have this miracle season. We win 100 games and in 3 days it's just over like that. That bothers you as a fan, and I get it. That is a sport where we are not accustomed to the fluke. But you're going to get the fluke. It's just the way it's going to be now.
So everyone thinks, well, at least I think, that you were the right person to become the next commissioner. We discussed this. Yeah. You finished runner-up. I have a handful of ideas written down here as to how we could potentially level the playing field so that these teams that play 162 games way better than other teams have a larger advantage. So I do want to go through some of those with you. But in the end, right now we have 12 teams that are in. We got 6 from each league. And now in back-to-back seasons, we've seen this. Because last year, it was the Dodgers and the Braves getting knocked out early too. So like it could be randomness, it could be chance. But I also think that we could have a in good faith argument about how we can further incentivize these teams to be able to go for broke for 162 games so that they can be even further rewarded.
That is the beauty of me. I don't just point out the problem, I solve it. So coming up off the top of the hour, I will tell you an easy way you could address this issue if you choose to. I just don't know if they'll choose to. So we'll have that conversation as we go, plus plenty more football on this day. Stay with us. You're listening to Hashtag Greeny and Company on ESPN Radio.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Some people just know that a perfect football field is all about the details. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate. Take the head groundskeeper, for example.
Hands at 10 and 2. 90-degree turns, perfect stripes every time.
He knows because he's done this 100 times. Just like he knows that paying attention on the road can save safe drivers 40% with Allstate.
Saving 40% is based on the national average premium savings for Allstate auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
He's the most interesting man in sports radio.
Well, should I have a chip on my shoulder that I'm not making as much money as Skip Bayless?
In his mind, anyway. The Homer Hour with special guests every day from 5 to 6.
When you say they gave it away, what's at the top of your list?
Get them off the field on third down.
The Homer Hour with Homer. Weekdays from 5 to 6. Right here on 94.5 ESPN and streaming live on YouTube.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hustle up. We've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the 4-day super sale, October 13th through the 16th, and get 40% off paints and stains with prices starting at $26.69. That means 40% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 40% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
For over 4 decades, one name has stood out as a symbol of excellence in automotive sales and service.
It's the Boucher Automotive Group, dedicated to providing exceptional experiences to all of our valued customers.
We will help you find the perfect vehicle within your budget while respecting your time.
With 20 convenient locations, we're the one-stop destination for all your automotive needs.
At Boucher, we're your trusted partner on every mile of your journey.
Riding with you every mile since 1977.
The Boucher Group has exciting news to share with you.
We've expanded to better serve our community.
Introducing Nissan Lake Country, the newest addition to our family.
Step into our showroom and discover our exceptional selection of brand new Nissans.
We are also stocked with the best pre-owned options in the market.
And as we expand, we're not just growing our inventory, we're also growing our team.
So join a team that values your skills and celebrates your success.
Visit us online or in-store today and view our current job listings at bouchercareers.com.
Hey, it's Kyle Walsh from KBN. Today is the day. We're going to be broadcasting the show from 2 until 5 at the all-new Who's on Layton. You know the Bud Lights will be flowing, and we want KBN Nation to join us. Who's on Layton is a classic American sports pub at 512 West Layton Avenue. Join Bruss, Brad, and me as we broadcast live from Who's on Layton with Bud Light. We'll be there starting at 2 p.m. Stop in for happy hour after work and say hi. Also, enjoy Bud Light at Jersey's in Milwaukee, Bowery in Franklin, and Coach's in Milwaukee.
This is Ben Brust. Hear me every day on KBN from 2 to 5. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand.
This is SportsCenter. I'm Nick DeLuca. The Denver defense making more changes. Broncos set to move on from veteran defensive end Frank Clark with a trade or release, according to ESPN's Field Yates. Clark agreed to a restructured contract yesterday that saw him give up more than $1.5 million in guaranteed salary to facilitate a potential trade. Clark has only played in 2 games in his first season in Denver, will be inactive tonight against the Chiefs. Broncos parting ways with another piece on defense after trading Randy Gregory last week. In baseball, Astros and Diamondbacks on their way to the CS. Phillies can punch their ticket for a second straight year tonight at 8 Eastern, lead the NLDS 2-1 with a big win in Game 3. 2 bombs, 2 stare downs for Bryce Harper. In the WNBA, the Aces a win away from going back-to-back. From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
All right, Greeny, we roll along, presented by Progressive Insurance. A reminder, every pitch of the Major League Baseball postseason is here on ESPN Radio. Catch the action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And those pitches were very few, as it turned out, for the Dodgers and the Orioles, who are 2 of the great stories of the sport this season. And that's a conversation that we're in the midst of having right now. Hembo brought up, I think, somewhat, brought it up well, articulated well, the complaint that a lot of people have that baseball, which has always been the marathon, what we've respected the most about baseball is you have to earn it over the course of every single day for 5 months. And the way they then decide the champion has increasingly become somewhat flukish. Now, I'm going to solve that problem for you right now. But first, I will say that if anyone interprets what I'm about to say as a criticism of the changes that have been made, it couldn't be more wrong. In fact, I'm the one who got up at the end of Bud Selig's tenure and said the world lived to rip that guy. People like to take shots at Bud for whatever reason. They pinned the steroid thing on him when it had nothing to do with him. Anyone in his position would have wound up in exactly the same situation. It was an unsolvable problem in the moment in time in which it was happening. And he got a lot of things right. Revenue sharing, which he fought for tooth and nail and got over a lot of people's displeasure, has saved the sport, rescued the sport. And the addition of the postseason, the way they have added to the playoffs, which has subsequently been adapted and added to even further, has also been a tremendous thing for the sport. We just don't live in a world where you can play 162 games in each league and then have one team represent each and play for the championship. That's just not the world we live in anymore. The downside of that, so this is not a criticism. The downside of it, however, is that you're going to wind up with champions that feel fluky, because no one in the world is going to say, if the Arizona Diamondbacks wind up playing, the Texas Rangers in the World Series, no one is going to say, well, those were the two best teams all year long. So here's the solution. I've been saying this forever. I think they should do it in the NBA. You could stagger these postseasons. So let me explain to you the way this works in golf. Do you pay any attention to the FedEx Cup?
Just a little bit.
At the end of the golf season?
Just a little.
So the FedEx Cup is golf's version now, or the PGA Tour's version, of a playoff system. You spend all year long accumulating points based on all your finishes, how much you win, all that stuff. Players accumulate points. And then a certain number of them qualify for the playoffs, which used to be 4 tournaments at the end, now it's 3. And the field keeps getting narrowed down until just the top, I believe it is 30 players, play for the Tour Championship the last weekend. And in that last event, the people who have made the most money, or have accumulated the most points, start ahead. So Scotty Scheffler started out that tournament, like, I forget exactly what the numbers are, we could look it up, but something like 3 under. The whole world had to beat him by 3 to beat him, and then Victor Hovland was next, and others were next. They actually stagger it. So everyone doesn't start equally, because they're giving weight, they're giving value to the entire year that you spent earning it. What could be more random than someone getting hot for 3 weeks and all of a sudden winning a championship when Scotty Scheffler was by far the best player all year long? Am I making it clear what I mean, how they do that?
Yes, it's interesting.
So you could do that. So in baseball, you could take a series where the Dodgers are playing the Diamondbacks. The Dodgers won, 104 games? How many did the Diamondbacks win?
84.
84.
The Dodgers won 100 exactly.
100 games,
16, sorry. Yeah, 16 win difference.
16 win difference. You could stagger it. You could say in a postseason series now, based on that, the Dodgers start out with 1 win. So we're going to play a best of 5, but the Dodgers start out with 1 win. In a perfect world, you'd make it best of 7 because that feels a little more manageable. But the Dodgers start with a win. I'd like to see them do that in the NBA. If you are the #1 seed in the NBA and your conference and you're playing the 8th seed, I'd like to see you start out with 1 win banked. So you're playing a best of 7, but it starts with game 2 for all intents and purposes, and we're giving the better team 1 win. Now, all of a sudden, the regular season has been infinitely more valuable than before, and in order for the fluky team to win, they're going to have to really earn it.
I mean, it's definitely extreme. I have to admit, I am intrigued by the idea. The NBA does this a little with the play-in. So, like, if you're a team that finishes, I guess, 9th or 10th, you have to win twice to get in. Whereas if you're 7 or 8, you only have to win 1 of 2. Do I have that right?
That's exactly right.
So it is an interesting concept. I also think that there's something to be said about the lengths of these series, which in other words, I'm interested in Major League Baseball considering going back to 154 games and elongating the playoffs a little bit. Because it does feel like, look, the Diamondbacks deserve enormous credit. Like, they were outscored on the season, but just won 3 games in a row against the Dodgers. But if these series were all best of 7, it's a little bit more fair and representative of what baseball should be. And so like the wild card game was not something that I like personally. The best of threes are an improvement. The best of fives to me are really, really short for baseball. Best of sevens are probably what we should be doing for everything. I am intrigued with the idea, to be honest with you, to start. So in other words, if you're the Dodgers, you have to win 3 of 6, basically, is what you're saying.
Good.
That's an interesting concept, and it incentivizes teams going for broke.
Look,
it really does.
In basketball, pull up last year's NBA standings real quick for me. Miami obviously skewed everything, but they were the 8th seed, right? They finished as the 8th seed, I believe, because they lost the first play-in game and then won the second. So they were the 8th seed. What was their record this year?
44-38.
44-38. What was the record? The 1 seed in the East, I think, was Milwaukee?
58.
58
So
wins. They won 14 more regular season games. And their reward for that was 1 additional home game in a best of 7. It's not enough. It's not enough. The minute the road team wins 1 game, you've now flipped it. They have no advantage based on 1 game. Giannis turns an ankle in the first quarter of game 1, and it's like the whole season never happened. So I've been saying this for years. The other way you could do it is you further stagger the home field advantage, however important you think that is. So you could play the entire series in the home ballpark or the home stadium, home arena of the team with the better record. Or you could make it 5 versus 2 as opposed to 4 versus 3. There are ways you do that, and what you accomplish is A, you further incentivize winning in the regular season, which is a good thing. B, you decrease the possibility of what feels like an illegitimate or fluky champion, which is also a good thing.
Let me throw another idea at you, because I think that's a good one, but I do think it is fairly extreme, like on the spectrum. What do you make of the possibility that because the Braves had the best record in the National League, well, in all of baseball, but in the National League here, when you await the winner of the wild card series, in this case, Arizona and Philadelphia.
I know what you're about to say.
The Braves get to choose who they play.
Right. Love it.
How great would that be?
They should do it in all sports. They should do it in all sports because, and you want to talk about television ratings? You put on ESPN the night before a round of playoffs begin, these teams choosing who they play, who they get to play. That would be monstrous television, monstrous. Can you imagine if we're doing it, I'm just making this up, doing it in the NBA and, Malika Andrews and Stephen A are sitting there and they're waiting. Okay, the Lakers, who do you choose? We'll play Memphis. Oh, they're playing Memphis. And now you get all the bulletin board material. You wanted them, you wanted us, you got us. It's genius. They should absolutely do it.
Draft lottery style, right?
For sure.
So Ronald Acuna reveals a card of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Something like that.
Oh, that's so good.
I don't care how they do it, but it's a good thing. And that way, they get to play who they want. You also then avoid the 2 best teams playing each other in this round.
Right.
And the Braves and the Phillies I was texting with Buster about this the other day. The Braves and the Phillies are the 2 best teams. Now, the Dodgers earned that, and so are the Braves and the Phillies the 2 best teams, or the Dodgers?
They are right now, but that's also kind of the point you're making is that, in baseball, by the end of the season here, these, because baseball season is so long, these aren't the 2 best teams. The Dodgers and the Braves, 2 years ago, the Dodgers and the Giants both won 100 games and had to play each other in a best of 5 because of the format. So if we can make the format more elastic, more flexible, less concrete like this, I think it actually would go a long way. We're not excusing the Braves through 4 games and the Dodgers through 3.
And the Orioles. Don't forget the Orioles.
Can't forget the Orioles for playing this badly, right? But at the same time, the reward for 162 does need to matter more than it does. I don't think that's overstating it. I don't think so at all. Because right now, if you look at the last 2 months of the season, the Dodgers and Phillies were the 2 best teams in all of baseball. And we're getting them in a best of 5, and that's the Braves' reward. That's the Braves' reward, and they had no say in the matter. I think it's a fair point to make.
So I'm just looking this up here. The Orioles, no, I wanted to do the Dodgers. While I'm looking this up, let me ask you guys, Bubba and Cam, what do you think of these ideas?
I like the choosing thing. I do not like at all the you start up 1-0 thing. The part of the playoffs is proving that you can be clutch when it is more important, when it is different, when the atmosphere is different. 4 of the last 7 World Series champions have been 100-win teams. It's not like we're seeing this every single year. And the Dodgers, when they won in 2020, had the best record. I think they were 43-17 or something. So this happens often where the team that is the best all year proves it in the playoffs. We don't need to give them the advantage. They have the home field advantage the first 2 games. The Orioles were playing at home, and they lost both of them, coming off a Rangers team who had also just played 2 road games. They won 4 road games in a row. If you're able to do that, you do it. The Dodgers lost both home games. their advantage is starting with the home field advantage, and I think you could give them more, but then they're not proving themselves to be the best team. If you are the best team all year, you should be the best team in the playoffs too.
But historically, Greeny, like I've said before, with the exception of the Phillies right now, home field advantage has hardly mattered in baseball's postseason. It's like 55% of the time the home team wins. So, Cam, like I agree with your sentiment, but I also think there's some genius in rewarding the best teams in baseball over the course of many, many months. Like, and I'm saying this as a Phillies fan, as one who's reveling in all of this, but I think we can still be straight and honest here too.
All right, so what I think I heard there is Cam agrees with me. Bubba, how about you?
No, he doesn't agree with you.
What I heard was he does.
Okay, well.
You hear a lot of things.
I think the rest of us heard he does not like your idea. Yeah, I think I actually probably would be. I'm open to both ideas. I think I like the choosing, and I think I would be open to the you get the one. I think I'm down for both.
So the choosing, the difference in I'm going to use the basketball for a minute. Basketball, they want to have a certain number of games every single day. So they'll start the next round. As you know, some teams will be playing game 1 of round 2, while others are still playing game 6 of round 1. And that is so they can have games every night. If you're going to have the choosing, you would have to let an entire round end before you could let the other one start.
Right.
Which by definition means you're going to have some nights of no games. And I think that won't work well. Having been in the middle of that now for the last couple of years, between TNT and us, there are games on every single night in the playoffs, and they want that. And I think it is good for the sport. You just get into a rhythm of there's going to be a game every single night, at least one in the NBA playoffs every single night. That's the one thing you would lose because you'd have to let every series end before you. That's
right.
That's also been the talk about reseeding. I know in hockey has had that. You have to wait for the whole round to end if you're going to just reseed because you can't know who all the teams are going to be till you have all the teams.
I don't think there's a perfect system, but I do think we can reach a place where we should want to reward teams for being great over the course of 6 months. Like it was actually the Mariners general manager last week who said, our goal is to win 54% of our games over a period of 10 years. Like that shouldn't be incentivized, right? Like the Giants won 3 World Series in 5 years despite not winning 95 games in any of those seasons. Like we should want teams to try and be great. In baseball's postseason, like all you need to try and do is get to 90 wins, and then you have practically the same chance to win the World Series as a team that was considerably better than you are. So even I, as a Phillies fan who is loving all of this, that's watching the Braves absolutely melt, can acknowledge the fact that it's honestly not all that fair. You're listening to Greeny. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. We come to you every morning live from the Seaport District at Pier 17. We are brought to you by Chase. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, actually. You can hit me up on Twitter at ESPN Greeny, on Instagram at ESPN Greeny, on Threads at ESPN Greeny. As we continue next, the most depressing series of statistics you will ever hear for one NFL team. That's next, ESPN Radio.
A lot of Kanoe's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/turkey or text turkey to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/turkey or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty Pets.
From the tee box to the green and everything golf-related in between.
Who's number one?
Max.
Yeah, Max Homa's number one. It's not even close, right?
On the tee with Gabe Neitzel and Stephen Watson.
Just because he's been so open and honest already, you get a couple drinks in that guy, like, how open is he going to be?
On the tee with Gabe and Stephen, presented by Wisconsin Golf Trips. Tuesday night at 6, right here on 94.5 ESPN, and available with Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts.
There's only one place in Milwaukee where every day of the year, dreams and reality get together for a great time. Where you can walk in a player and walk out a winner. That place, Potawatomi Casino Hotel. With fantastic dining, gaming, sports betting, a luxurious hotel, and endless ways to win, the excitement never stops. The only thing missing is you. Your win is waiting. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Visit our website to learn more. Must be 21 to enter casino.
The annual Catholic Memorial High School Open House is October 15th. If your family is interested in becoming part of the CMH tradition, make plans now to attend from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. Register at CatholicMemorial.net. As the only school awarded the Exemplary Award for Academic Excellence by the Archdiocese, find out how your student can achieve more at CMH. Tour the school, meet faculty, learn about all the clubs and extracurricular activities. Register today at CatholicMemorial.net. Catholic Memorial High School, where you rise.
It's time for the Ortho ASAP Minute from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
Dr. Rick Papandrea is joining me. How special is it for you being able to watch people see their quality of life return?
There's no doubt that the efficiency is great for everybody. It's very rewarding as a surgeon to take care of somebody and see them get better. But to have them come in and do it in a seamless fashion is really exciting. One case comes to mind. We had a young girl who was doing some cartwheels, and she came in with a broken elbow, and everything lined up, maybe more so than even is typical. She needed special care. She needed her elbow fixed with a very particular fracture that is difficult to fix. And not only is it difficult to fix, but it can be somewhat complicated by stiffness. So with my specialty of my background, I do a lot of elbow arthroscopy, which isn't very common. And we had her in the operating room later that day where I was able to arthroscopically reduce and fix her elbow fracture. And she was back to a normal kid about 2 months later.
The Ortho ASAP Minute is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. There is a difference.
What are we having for dinner? At Cousin Subs, we have a simple answer for this age-old question. A family 4-pack, of course. Now at participating Cousin Subs locations, you can get any 4 classic or deli fresh subs or subs in a bowl and 4 chips or regular fries for the limited time only price of $30 plus tax after 4 p.m. You heard that right. Feed your entire crew for just $30. Order in store at cousinsubs.com or via our app. Cousin Subs, we believe in better.
'Tis the season for Toyland at Fleet Farm. The elves are stocking shelves with the hottest toys like Barbie, Lego, Hot Wheels, and more at unbeatable deals. Find a lower toy price and we'll beat it by 5%. Doors open at 7 a.m. Saturday, October 14th. Plus, the first 125 customers get a free toy tractor. Get unbeatable deals on the toys you want before they're gone. Fleet Farm, the store with everything you need for a very Merry Christmas. See store for details.
Looking for a totally rad flavor adventure, brochachos? Look no further than Surfer Boy Pizza as seen in Stranger Things. Each mouth-watering variety contains rich tomato sauce, delicious mozzarella cheese, and a gnarly range of toppings. The crust is crispy on the outside and airy on the inside. You'll think it was hand-tossed by the Surfer Boy Pizza dudes themselves. Look for it in the freezer aisle at your local store and buckle up your taste buds with Surfer Boy Pizza.
With Mike Greenberg.
Came across a pair of pants that I just never wear anymore. Had them hanging here, and Hembo came in, and I said, would you like them? Oh, I could never wear these. These are much too big for me. You could put 2 of me in these pants. Cam, how should I react to this?
You should be offended. Your pants should fit him, and his pants should fit you. This isn't Chris Canty.
Take your pants off right now. Telling you right now I'm going to fit in your pants.
This is Greeny.
Greeny with you in 30 seconds. I will offer proof that when I said that, I was right. I'll spend these 30 seconds on Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. So here's what just happened. I don't know, Bubba and Cam, if you were able to hear that down the line. If you didn't, then it's incredibly coincidental that you just played that. But a few weeks ago, Hembo suggested to me that, of course, my pants would be too big on him, despite the fact that he and I are the same size. I'm just 25 years older than he is, so we may not be the same shape, but we're the same size. And he put on those pants, and they fit beautifully. They were, in fact, immediately the nicest pants you have. So the other day, I was going through my closet. So we have recently, as I think you know, moved from this big house in Connecticut that we lived in for 20 years where we raised our kids to our apartment in the city, which both Stacy and I love. But it is obviously much, much, much smaller, and so we don't have nearly as much room. So I don't have the space to keep clothes that I just don't wear anymore. So I give most of that to Goodwill. But I saw this one pair of pants. I actually thought of this conversation. I had this pair of black jeans, frame jeans, that I've always liked. But I have a newer pair that I wear all the time. I'm never going to go to the closet, because I don't wear them that often. I'm never going to go to the closet and pick the old one as opposed to the new one, because I have the new one. It's not like I'm going to wear these 3 days in a row. It's just never going to happen. So I said to Stace, I'm going to give these jeans to Hembo. They're going to fit Hembo. She said, okay, give the jeans to Hembo. So I brought in the jeans the other day. So just now, during a commercial break, what did you just say to me?
I'm wearing the jeans, and honestly, they fit really good.
They fit really good. They look great on you.
Thank you.
They look great. These are very, very... Your wife is going to come home. She's going to find the vomit in the bed from the dog. She's going to try and find her wedding ring and then make up all the reasons why she didn't have it and confirm with everyone all the cover stories that they put together out there in Vegas for what she was actually doing with Jimmy Garoppolo. And then you're going to walk in the door and she's going to say, look at my husband in these jeans.
Yeah, she's going to say, Jimmy has the same pair.
And all is going to be well. So will you just admit now to everyone that you fit in my pants?
I fit in your pants, and also this is good, man. Like, we have reached now the stage in our relationship where, like, I'm getting your hand-me-downs. Like, this is another level for us. Like, this is a new inflection point in our relationship.
Yeah, because Stevie is not yet at that point. Like, my son Steven, so he's very tall. Stevie is infinite. He's like almost 6'2", and I haven't weighed him lately. But there's no way he weighs more than 140 pounds. He is like a straight line. I mean, he's so skinny. And I was like that. That's how I was built when I was younger. Ridiculously skinny. Like, always uncomfortable about how skinny I was, which is the reason I have bad posture. A lot of tall, skinny guys know exactly what I'm talking about. You walk kind of hunched over because you're uncomfortable about how tall you are relative to how skinny you are. So anyway, you don't have that. Now you have a nice new pair of pants, so I consider that to be a big win.
You got any more stuff?
More clothes? We'll talk about it. We see. We got a book session coming up here pretty soon. Meanwhile,
The Scoop.
I promised you depressing numbers, and they come from New England. I got to tell you, all these years that they have been kicking the behind of my beloved New York Jets, I've rooted against New England in every game that they've played. When they lost to the Giants in those Super Bowls, especially the first one, I literally celebrated like it was my